Alrighty. What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? We're gonna start getting some people up here in a quick second, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, everybody. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. What's good, everyone joining in the stream right now? Alrighty, let's get everything completely set up here. What's up, everyone joining in from Dean's? What's up? Alrighty, let's get everything going. How's everybody doing? Joining in the stream. I got everything joining up right now, or got everything set up already. Let's let the Instagram know that we are live. Alrighty, let's let them know. Instagram, we are live. Boom. Alright, perfect. Let's get everything going. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you're 18 plus and a Trump supporter and you want to debate. We are just looking for some debates. 18 plus, Trump supporter, and want to debate. What's up? How old are you?
It's my birthday, Parker.
Happy birthday. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. What's up? How old are you?
Charlie.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person, or the first person up here for today. Everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alright, let's go on the next individual, everybody. It's going to take a second to get some people up here. If you're on YouTube, the best way to support us, everybody, is hitting that thumbs up. Helps push it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Tap that screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 50. You needed that 25,000 for Joe Biden's shower season pass. You and Dean making a Joe Biden sandwich.
Okay, do you support Trump? I'm assuming yes.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Well, first of all, people don't even know, Harris's name. You know, they can't even pronounce it right. So, try running a candidate where, that...
I have no problem. I have literally zero problem.
And can actually win a primary at a national level, so it wasn't even a match. Trump destroyed Harris.
Okay. I have a question.
And Harris, is it Kamala?
Kamala.
What's the name, because people
Kamala. I think you're the only one with a problem here in saying
it. Yeah. Billions spent on elections, and Americans don't even know who she is.
There are plenty of people that know who she is. She has incredibly high name recognition. I just think that's a ridiculous thing to say. Secondly, you have more evidence to say that Donald Trump blew Bubba to get his way to the top than you have to say that Kamala Harris, quote unquote, slept her way to the top. Just because she had a relationship with someone in the past, right, does not mean that her entire political career is dependent upon that relationship she had in the past. And to say that her entirety of her career is going to be solely dependent upon that fact is going to be ridiculous. By the way, you just engaged in speed running a harassment and bullying violation. So let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's get this next individual up here. We got a lot of angry people from Dean's Live. A lot of angry people from Dean's Live, it seems. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's get this first person up here. Sometimes it takes us a few minutes to get people up here. Thank you for the hand heart. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, 33.
Do you support Trump?
100%.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald J. Trump, brother.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I just like his personality, the way he is, the way he conducts himself. Just everything in general. He's a great president.
Okay, so what about his personality?
I don't know. I think he's a stand-up guy, to be honest. He doesn't joke around. He just tells us how it is. And he passed Bill PH 322. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. You said he doesn't joke around. I have a question. He said that he was going to execute, or he actually called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders if you're given them. Do you think he was saying something serious there, or was he joking under your view?
I think he was joking.
Oh, okay. So you just said he doesn't joke around, and he's a stand-up guy. I just gave you an example of him joking. How do you explain that?
He's
Like
not,
joking
man.
under your
It's
view. I
just
think he
that
was being serious.
you might see it in a different way, but because obviously you're 100% against him either way, so you're gonna see it in a different way than everyone else would.
I'm going to see it for what it is, and I'm just willing to say it.
I don't think
Push
so,
the
man.
butting heart. So what about what I said is incorrect?
All right, let's get past that. He passed the bill PH 325. That was a great thing.
You just said two
And
different bills. I think you're trolling.
no, I'm not.
What is that bill?
Bill PH 325 was when Parker and Harry fuck each other, and I get to.
You see what I mean? Like, by the way, he just tried to own the libs by making up a scenario of two men having sex in his brain. So that's literally the way he thought he was owning the libs, was figuring out or thinking about a hypothetical scenario of Parker and Harry Sisson having sex. That's how he owned the libs. Sunshine, thank you so much for the galaxy. Just want to bring that up. No actual intellectual criticism of anything we've talked about on the live. No actual meaningful debate. That's all he could come up on the stream and do. That's really embarrassing. That's not an own. Like, I don't know how that's an own in his own head. Like, I really don't understand that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Xander, by the way, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's there. I think it's just glitching for you right now. It's definitely there, for sure. I mean, everyone else can see it. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. When do you think of the hint art? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
He said aliens.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Niche reference, by the way. Very niche reference. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, I'm really trying to get someone up here. We got a lot of trolls right now. It seems like Dean's Live sent over a lot of the trolls. Not a lot of debates. It seems like after Dean dog walked a bunch of Trump supporters, they were unwilling to debate me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Is that what you want?
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you're 18 plus and a Trump supporter and you want to debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Kamala.
Kamala. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty, I'm trying to get someone up here, everybody, but it seems like no Trump supporters are here to debate right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, of course.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
It was that he recently helped to get past this important piece of legislation, and I'm bad with like letters and numbers, so it was like HR 42069, I think.
Okay, and what would that do?
It says that you have to play farm sim with that kid.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Come on, no way. The only person in the box right now. By the way, chat. Only person debating. Only person who's a Trump supporter in the box right now. Justin, how does it feel to be the last Trump supporter on planet Earth?
I'm not the last Trump supporter, bro. Hey,
Yeah,
so your girlfriend didn't have to leave, huh?
On planet Earth, you are the last
Did your
Trump
girlfriend
supporter.
have to go to?
Justin, you're the last Trump supporter on planet
Answer my
Earth. How does
question.
it feel? How does it feel,
Answer
Justin?
my question.
I'm not answering any questions. How does it feel?
I'm not answering any questions.
Yeah, you are.
Toy. Where's your
Don't answer my question.
Where's your boy toy?
Don't answer my
Where's your
question.
boy toy?
Don't answer my question.
What question? You didn't ask me a question.
There we go. I was just going to call him good boy. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go to the next person. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Okay, Trump supporters only. Only looking for Trump supporters. Above the age of 18, Trump supporters. We're looking for people who want to debate. Yo, it's how old are you? How old are you? Wow. Let's try to get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 24.
Do you support Trump?
Of course. I love him, Parker.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'm inbred, so of course Trump.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We carry the pen. We fly high in the cloud.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I can't even, dude. I can't even. That's crazy, bro. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Dude, we just have like 2 MAGA crash outs and then just a bunch of trolls. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up. And everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay. And are you driving?
I am, yeah.
You got to come on when you're not driving. TikTok TOS, sadly. Let's go on the next individual. Everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. You know, just when you think that we got a debate. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the money gun. Thank you, Zoe. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You looking a little chunky. You've been needing to.
Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, everyone. I'm trying to get this next person up here. I apologize. We'll get someone up here very soon. I feel like in the next few minutes, we're going to get a debate. Watch it. Alrighty, watch this, everybody. I'm feeling it. In the next few minutes, we're going to get a debate. Watch it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hey, Parker.
Do you support Trump?
My name is Yao. I just have a question for you.
Hey, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Thank you for the galaxy, by the way, Clark. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I live with roaches.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Wow, it's only MAGA crash outs, everybody. Like literally, it's like at this point, I'm just gonna. Are we just gonna have like a horrible day? Is that how it's gonna go? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I mean, yeah, I'd take him over Kamala.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
9/14/2007.
Okay. And you said if the election were held today, you'd vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
No, I'd vote for Bernie Sanders. Have a good.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007,
What month?
December 21st.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I think it would be slightly close, but I think I'd end up voting for Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I primarily support him because of his support for some policies like the death penalty, but also because I just think he's a better overall pick than Kamala.
You support him because he supports the death penalty.
Yes.
Who do you want to give the death penalty to?
Personally, I think serial child rapists, people who've committed multiple counts of first or second degree murder.
So I have a question. The people you want to give a death penalty, would you ever wish them well?
I mean, it sort of depends. If
It
it's
depends?
like they had childhood trauma, I do wish them well. But if they're just like a twisted individual, I sort of think they should just be removed from society.
Yeah, like like Ghislaine Maxwell, for example.
I mean, I think she was sort of sick in the head, so I do wish her well. But I think if she had to stay the way she was, I think
You wish Ghislaine Maxwell well?
I mean,
would you say that same thing about Jeffrey Epstein?
no.
Would you wish Jeffrey Epstein well?
When I say wish them well, I mean I think they're like mentally sick in the head.
Wait, can I just clarify? So can you just say out loud that you would wish Jeffrey Epstein well?
I would not wish Jeffrey Epstein well.
Okay, so why would you do it with Ghislaine Maxwell but not with Jeffrey Epstein?
Because I think she has like a mental disorder or a mental disease.
Could you say the same thing with Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, but when I say
Okay, so
wish
then if
them
you could say
well,
the
I
same
don't-
thing about Epstein, then that's not something that distincts the two. That means they would apply to one but not the other. So give me something that's relevantly different about both of them. That means it applies in the scenario where you're referencing Ghislaine Maxwell but not with Jeffrey Epstein.
So do you agree that pedophilia is a disorder?
Do you think that Jeffrey Epstein's a pedophile?
Yes.
Okay, so then you would say that's also applicable to Jeffrey Epstein. So would you wish Jeffrey Epstein well?
I mean, I would wish him to be rid of his disorder. So
Wait, would you wish Jeffrey Epstein well?
No.
Okay.
I would have wished him.
So then, what's the relevant difference between wishing Ghislaine Maxwell well and wishing Jeffrey Epstein well? That means that you think it's okay in one scenario but not the other.
When you said wish them well, I originally thought you meant like be free of their mental affliction and have not committed the acts. But I do think both of them should be executed.
Okay, and you don't think that you should wish them well?
Yeah.
Okay, so if Trump did wish her well, for example, would you say that you wouldn't support him?
I mean, yes, but then again, if they both should be executed, and I feel like Democratic policy wouldn't have that happen. So I support MAGA solely for the fact that they're the party that will get them executed.
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well, whatever it is. I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew. Just don't know. Not aware of it.
So do you stop supporting Trump now? Because you just
No.
said that if he wished her well, that you would stop supporting him. I just played a clip of him double downing it on it, right, by the way, saying it twice, right? Saying that he wishes her well twice. Are you okay with that?
No, I think you took it a bit out of context. I feel like wish them well sort of depends on to what way someone, like the mistake I made originally where I thought you said, or like where I thought the way you said I wish them well was like in a different context than the way it actually was.
Okay, so what about the context in which he used it justifies it? And would you use that
No,
same context, or
except
think it's him justified for him to use that same context in referencing Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
Okay, so what is the relevant difference between Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell that would make it justified for him to say this about Ghislaine Maxwell but not about Jeffrey Epstein?
Ghislaine Maxwell has, like, I guess the ability to somewhat repent, not fully repent, but somewhat repent. Epstein doesn't.
Okay, so you're saying you would be justified in saying this about Jeffrey Epstein when he was alive?
Yeah, because he could have turned in pedophiles.
Wow, wait, hold up. So you would think it's justified if Donald Trump would have wished Jeffrey Epstein well while he was alive?
I mean, well, to the point where you survive.
Wow.
To, like,
Wait, would you do the same thing? Would you wish Jeffrey Epstein well while he was alive?
If it's to keep him alive, to expose the pedophiles in our government and in, I guess, the rich people of the U.S.
Which hasn't happened,
yes,
by
but
the way.
if it's to the point where you free him, then no.
Wait, and if he wants to hold all of these people accountable, why is he preventing the release of the Epstein files?
I mean, he didn't.
He did.
Releasing them.
No, Todd Blanche, the person that he put into the position of that Pam Bondi was in, literally said that they're not releasing any more files. There's millions of files still they're not releasing.
I mean, he did push for the files to be released eventually.
No, they said they're done releasing files.
I know. I'm not entirely satisfied.
And you said he pushed for this. He called Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she wanted the release of the files.
I know, but he then said to the Republicans in the Senate and in the House to vote for the release of the files.
Yeah, that was only after he was forced to. He said that anyone who wants it released never supported him in the very first place, and that it was a hoax.
I mean, I feel like the way the files are a hoax is to the extent of incriminating Trump as a pedophile. I think
it does.
The hoax he was referencing to.
Do you believe? Do you believe all of the victims of Epstein, and their all that got a settlement with the Epstein estate?
I mean, I agree with the majority of them, except some of them sort of have, I guess, unfounded claims.
Okay, but if they got a settlement with the Epstein estate, would you accept it to be true? The accusations they made against Epstein?
Because
wow.
I mean, the FBI investigated the claims about him, and they found nothing conclusive.
I'm just saying, like, in situations where people got settlements, they won settlements from the Epstein estate. In that circumstance, would you believe it to be true, the accusations they made against Epstein?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So the person specifically that made an accusation against Epstein that said that Epstein trafficked her to Trump, that got a settlement with the Epstein estate, do you believe that accusation to be true?
What's your evidence for this?
I'm just saying, you just said you would accept that accusation to be true from an individual,
yes,
right, that got a settlement with the Epstein estate about an accusation they made about Epstein. This is an accusation about Epstein's conduct that happens to also implicate Trump. Okay?
Yes.
Do you believe that accusation to be true?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? So you do believe the accusation that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked her to Donald Trump, and yet you still support Donald Trump, and you don't think that the unalive penalty should be applicable to him?
To Donald Trump?
Yeah.
No, I think that penalty should be applicable to him if he truly did commit the acts.
Wait, but you say you believe it to be true, right? Because you said you believe it to be true, the accusations made against Epstein from individuals that got settlements with the Epstein estate. This is an accusation targeted towards Epstein that happens to also implicate Trump, meaning you believe the accusation against Epstein that implicates Trump You said nothing was implicating. I just gave you evidence of something that you believe to be true that implicates Trump.
Can you show me your source?
Yeah, yes, this is actually, there was an NPR investigation into this about how the Trump administration was scrubbing 3 interviews associated with this case. Jane Doe 4 specifically is who it's in reference to. So just look up NPR investigation into scrubbed files about allegations towards Trump.
All right, give me a few seconds to do that.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Alrighty, in the meantime, everybody, hit that thumbs up. If you're on YouTube, if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Xander, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Xander, that is crazy. That is crazy, Xander. Trey, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Yeah, I know. Literally transferred Maxwell to a much nicer jail. Literally. Aaron, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lewis, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you very much. Oh, that'd be really cool. Thank you so much. That is so kind. Fossey, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, that one was so funny, wasn't it? That was a great clip. I made sure to message him about that. I thought it was amazing. Serena, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe soon. And then Darling, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. I hope it's gone now. Let me know if it's not. Because I don't see it as of right now. But thank you so much. Did you find the information?
Right. Yeah, I just took a look at it. That was Awakening, I guess. I didn't know that existed. I would still say I report the Republican establishment, but after seeing that, I don't think I can support Trump with a clean conscience.
Oh, okay. Well, I really appreciate you coming up and hearing me out. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for, you and Dean get, a lot of shit with, the trolls and stuff. Even with, political disagreements, I don't think there should be, people just coming in to make fun. I think the ability to debate people and, show them new ideas is important and crucial to the functioning of our democracy. And I thank you and Dean for your work. You're not grifters. You're not
Appreciate
sellouts. Thank you for everything, Parker.
Appreciate you. Have a great day. Have a great day. Let's go to the next individual. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? That's a great response. That's a great response. Exactly how all those arguments should go, by the way. Exactly how all those arguments should go. And also that shows you that's a really, really solid way to frame it for people, because I think that practically most people are going to accept that argument, I think. Melissa, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Howdy, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
You have a little bit of an echo. Is there a way you can fix that real quick?
Yeah, let me turn off my headphones.
For sure, for sure. Alrighty, in the meantime, Jessica, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Can we some W's for Jessica in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I always will. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Can we some W's for Jessica in the comment section right now?
So Parker, I don't know if you remember this, but a couple days ago we had a debate about I don't even remember. It was but you brought up China and how tariffs were just going to cause China to more child labor.
Yeah, that it will cause conditions in which will be worse off for people, particularly in the area if you do universalized tariffs. Yeah.
Yeah. So what about robots and AI? Would that not
I'm confused. What do you mean?
Wouldn't that be able to lower?
Would automation lower child labor in the long run?
Yeah.
Yeah, technically it will.
Isn't China one of the more advanced with technology?
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you very much, Jay Clark. Yeah, they have limitations for automating away jobs, though, based on regulations.
And we automate jobs to China, which is why there's so much.
You mean, what do you mean by automate jobs to China? What does that mean?
Outsourcing?
Oh, outsource? So when you say outsource, you mean specific companies choose to buy things from other countries? Yeah, because we have global markets. Yeah.
Or companies having I think Nike changed it, but they used to have a bunch of child labor or places in China where they would get cheap labor.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah. So if is your issue with like global trade in general? Like, do you think
I
that we
don't
should
think.
just cut ourselves off from global trade in
Oh
general,
no,
or are you saying specifically
no.
from companies that engage in practices that
Yeah,
we would consider exploitative?
cut them off.
Okay. I don't disagree with you that we should cut off certain companies that engage in exploitative practices. I actually agree with you. But I don't think
Hmm.
that Trump is engaging in policies to do that at all.
Oh, really? What do you? Is he like preventing it, or is it
No,
just like nothing's going on?
no.
Okay.
I don't even think that Trump's brought back manufacturing to this country at all. I think he's actually
Really?
decreased real domestic manufacturing investment. Every single quarter of Trump's administration, we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment. We've seen the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. So it's not like we're
Hmm.
seeing growth because of Donald Trump in terms of manufacturing.
Hmm. Also, I'd like to say, like, I'm not a troll, but did you see what Dean said to Liv earlier?
No.
Like, she's posting about how he said that she's like a mass murderer.
I bet they were trolling or something. Would you like to
Oh.
continue on with the debate?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to get that out. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like they're trolling.
But you'd never do that, right? Your fan base is so much better than Dean's.
I mean, I think our fan base is pretty similar.
Because, well, I was going to say, because I was on Dean's Live once, and I got, like, I'm not saying it represents you, because it's obviously not a representation of you, but, like, I got maybe one hate message from your live, being on your live, but then I got, like, over 50 of people telling me I didn't even qualify as a human being.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Dean does have significantly more people in his live.
Hmm. Which is, yeah. Okay, so going back to economics, right? Do you, I don't know where I was going. Okay, you can find someone better to debate. I'm probably not the best.
Okay. All right. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Again, Jessica, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And absolutely, I think it's incredibly important to do so. I always will. Thank you so much, Jessica. Janine, thank you so much for the purchase of $15. Thank you very much on Venmo as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's great. Great to hear, darling. Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next person. Oh, let's get this next person up here. Do give it a minute for people to join in, everyone. Takes a second to get some debates up here sometimes. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We are just looking for some debates. No, the guy did not send the 25K. It's really sad, really unfortunate. We spent like 30 minutes just trying to get him to concede on that point. He was obviously wrong, and he just wasn't willing to acknowledge it. It was unfortunate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am. I'm 33.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd have to vote for Trump.
Okay.
I'm
do you support
actually
Trump?
here to have my mind. I'm here to have my mind changed, and I do actually respect your brain, and you speak pretty well, man. I'm not gonna lie. It might be for a selfish reason too. So people in chat, like, you can flame me for it. If I have to change my ways, maybe I will. That's kind of why I want to be up here explaining this. But the main reason is, and I voted for Obama. Bombs dropped on our children still, type of thing. And I think it's just easier to predict the stock market with Trump in, because he's like open about insider trading, which is wild, by the way, that it is even allowed. It's easier to make money in those types of finances for me. It's super simple. He says stupid things, and then the market reacts accordingly to it. And it's just easier to kind of, like, in a corporate world where I feel like, both sides of the politicians really, I feel like, don't have our best interest at heart. I think you feel differently about Kamala. Like, I don't have that shared opinion where I don't think Trump or them or anyone else in the politics world actually has our best interest at heart. So I'm just like, well, what's the easiest way for me to get ahead then? And I'll vote for that, because no matter what, people over on the other side, there's wars every single time there's a president voted in anyways. So I think I'm more wondering what you think the right path for me is there, because I think I trust your opinion and I take it openly, or saying that, maybe you think Kamala's easier to guess in the stock market too. I would be curious what your answer to that is for me personally.
Yeah, so I think that you don't think it's justified to make money off of immoral things, right?
Yep, I agree.
Okay. I mean, so if you think that like you're making money, but if it's off of the country becoming worse, that would make you say that, okay, maybe I probably shouldn't support Trump, right?
Yep. I think the argument there is like I don't know how much better either side the politicians either side are making it better. Like the wars don't stop. We've never not been in a war.
Can I explain? So Kamala Harris disagrees with the Iran war. Kamala Harris would not have put all these tariffs in place that are disenfranchising working class people. She wouldn't have been engaging in insider trading and market manipulation like you're referencing. She definitely would have advocated against those things. Okay, so I think that like actually Donald Trump's used his position of the presidency to triple his net worth. This administration since he's been in office, and I think that that's not something that a sitting president should be able to do. I think that that's a threat to our democracy. I think it's incredibly corrupt, and I think that's harmful to the country. Let alone we could reference all the other things that would be worse off due to his policy because of his administration. But like I do want to acknowledge, no new war was started by Biden, but a new war has been started by Trump. That's not a new war started by Biden. That's a defensive in response to Russia invading Ukraine.
Right, but I just mean in general, there's just new wars under every president all the time.
But,
and I mean, like Obama.
But doesn't it matter which one is caused by the administration? Like, if it's not caused by Biden, how is it his fault?
I agree. I don't like how connected his son was in it with a lot of the money that was moved around secretly, and he got very well shaken off of that, where it did not really get any, like, it didn't matter just because he was his son. He kind of got off. So I was like, okay, well, if that can happen, if all these people can get rich. I like your point earlier too about him tripling his income, like Trump. It's just like I looked into that too because I actually was like, well, how is he doing all this? And I see what he's doing. I'm like, okay, like, geez, he's technically within the rules, technically not. But before he was president, the first term, in the 5 years span before he was president, he actually tripled his 10 times his income. So it's like almost like he's only done it. He's actually not improved his income by as much, but that's probably because he's getting to the peakness of richness, right? Like you can only improve it so fast, so much. But so it's tough. It's tough for me to like vote either side when like I know that it's just easier to win with Trump there with like the information I have and the abilities I have inside the stock market. So it's like I'm more interested on the moral side of it for you, where it's like, should I really vote for Kamala if or the other side? If that is going to be, what he's done, is it going to affect me less or worse is kind of my question for you.
Oh, I mean, I think the economy is significantly better off given that Harris and the Democrats are in office. But take a look right here. Do you see? Right, the years that he's increased his net worth.
Yeah,
I'll zoom out for you. Let's take a look at the years prior.
Yeah, it's that 2013 and 2017 span that I was kind of talking about. It was like pretty impressive to do.
So
in that economy,
he's even made money from those original points. It's gone up, but massively. But do you see how it went from 2.3 billion to 6.5 billion? It's nearly three times.
Yeah, but it's just like doubling though. Like it's like when you have more money, it's just easier to make more money over and over again. And then he has more power.
Wait, but let me just clarify. Do you see like maybe you could see a typical trend of growth between 2000 to 2020 or 2015? You see that typical trend of growth? Okay, but does that seem like a typical trend once he starts this administration? It looks like this. No, that's not a typical trend. That's massive growth. That looks like corruption, does it not?
That's my point. It's like I'm saying it is. It's easier to follow his corruption. I'm just like I can make more money because
that's bad for the country.
So morally bad.
So you're making money off of immoral things, which is bad for the country. So why wouldn't you just want the economy to be better off for everyone, and you can make more money off of the economy being better off?
I've always struggled. I struggled with when Obama was on the economy and when Biden. It was just a lot harder to predict on smaller markets. And you really had to go like big bank stocks and high dividend yields to kind of make like safe money. But he's just inflating stocks that are like small and booming them. So it's like really easy to follow along and turn $1,000 into $15,000 in like 2 months. Like, so I get that again, it comes down to like the moral side of it.
I don't think it's really easy. And I think that if you figured out a skill in being able to make that much money off of investing, I think that you'd be able to figure it out even if the Democrats were in office. And I think that you'd be fine either way. And the fact that you would prioritize, right, you making money over like holding people accountable for corruption, market manipulation, and just genuinely making the country that you should love worse off. Like, do you consider yourself patriotic? Do you love your country?
Well, yeah, I mean, but do you love your country right now?
Yes. And what I'm
Yeah,
doing
okay,
right now is
same.
because I love my country.
Yep. And I just don't see a lot of hope for either side of the political side. So forgive my like doubt in politicians being our saviors. I don't really think it's going to be a politician that saves us, to be honest. And I don't think
Yeah, but
either side
but they
can
can
do
make
it.
conditions better off, given that you continue to vote for better politicians and you hold the politicians accountable who do wrong. If you don't hold the politicians accountable when they do wrong, yeah, you're going to continue to have worse off conditions. And of course, you can always write off politicians in that way. But if you actually advocate for better politicians, hold them accountable, and actually do the groundwork for our democracy, then we'll have stronger politicians that are more representative of our country. But you need to do the work. We all need to do the work.
Yep, I agree. I totally agree. And we have done it before. Like we got Biden in, right? That wasn't a problem. Was okay. I just didn't make enough money, I think. And also, like, there were wars. There were a lot of bombs dropped. There were a lot of people's lives lost overseas. There was a lot of, like, other scams that happened as well. I don't think he was really fit enough to be president either. Like, he did struggle mentally. No, he's not. This is my point. This is my point.
But it was Trump or Harris.
Neither is. I'm going to do what's just
was
easier
Harris
for
fit?
me.
Is Harris fit?
Yes.
And Trump isn't. So if you care about wanting fit individuals in the position of presidency, why didn't you vote for Harris over Trump?
No, I don't care about I'm
now you don't care about that? Now you don't care about the fitness of the president?
No, I'm saying he obviously wasn't that fit to be president, mentally.
But you don't think Trump is either.
Well, I did vote for Biden. I just mean it was a lot harder to judge the markets based off of the things he was doing compared to Trump. So, and still there was wars, still people died, even under Biden. There were still a lot of bad things that happened under Biden. A lot of good things too. I think more good things than Trump, but it was a lot harder for the small businesses under Biden for sure.
So here's my point. You're willing to make the country worse off and disenfranchise hundreds of thousands to millions of people so that you can get better conditions in terms of investing. Which, by the way, isn't even better for everyone as a country in terms of investing. Like stock market growth in terms of the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones are actually lower percentage-wise in 2025 as comparative to 2024.
Yeah, I don't invest in those because I know they're dropping, and when essentially at the end of Trump's term, near the end of it, I'll put a bunch more money into that because it's going to grow back. Do you see what I mean? Like, I see this as a 4-year stint of, like, the country's not going anywhere. Trump's going to do dumb shit, and then I'll be able to vote for something else outside of Trump. But for now,
what about the 420,000 kids that are cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month? What about the 2.5 million people cut off their access to food stamps on average every month? What about the 10 million people cut off their access to health insurance? What about the U.S. service members dead because of the war with Iran? What about the higher inflation, right? Where the Federal Reserve indicated that we'd be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the first place, and that the tariffs are costing us nearly $1,500 to $2,000 per American household. Right. So, like, I mean, all of these things are worse off because Trump got in office, and you're willing to allow for all of those things to happen simply because you're able to make a little bit more money off of that. Do you not realize how that shows that you don't really care about the constituents in the country? You don't really care about your fellow Americans, and that you're not very patriotic, and you're willing to put your own greed and self-interest over the rest of the American people?
Yep. I'm saying when I voted for Obama, there's more bombs dropped in the Obama service than all the other presidents combined.
Wrong,
and I
actually.
felt pretty shitty about that.
Trump nearly 4 times the amount of drone strikes comparative to Obama.
Well, the drone strikes are a little different now than they were then. But I'm saying
and even
time,
so,
it was
Biden didn't engage in any new war. Okay, and those were continuations of conflicts that existed in many instances prior to Obama. There are plenty of things I can criticize of that, alongside the fact that they engaged in conflicts as well. I can criticize that. I have no issue with criticizing that. But who in this situation right now is causing more conflict and more war? Harris versus Trump? It's clearly Trump. Trump literally started a war with Iran. Trump is talking about engaging in military conflict to take Cuba. He's talking about the annexation of Canada and Greenland. He's talking about using military intervention all around the world, my guy. This is not someone who is specifically trying to stop engaging in war. Like, I don't know what your argument is there.
Well, I don't think he's actually in Canada. Like, I think he's going to try and build that pipeline from through Alberta, and that's probably the safest way to transport oil. To be honest, I have a couple of buddies in the oil industry, and through the lakes and through water is when that oil spills, it's a nasty mess. There's a couple things that doing with that, and also that's easier again on the stock market. I can absolutely know where my money's going to go if that Alberta pipeline gets built. Like, it's going to be easy money to make, and again, like I said, I voted for Obama. And at that time, more bombs were dropped than all of the other presidents combined.
So is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting
him? Well, the last time with Biden, I didn't. This time, he won't be able to run again, so there's nothing that can be even done now.
No, I'm just asking you, like, given that we're referencing the fact that the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, and you said you'd rather vote for Trump over Harris, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to change your mind on that?
Yeah, if he released all of the Epstein files, I would vote again. But there were other presidents who had the chance to also release Epstein files, and it didn't happen.
You're saying if he doesn't release all the files, is that what you meant?
No, like if he doesn't release the files, I think that's a big one for me.
They said they're done releasing the files.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was like, kind of, but they're obviously going to revisit that, like 100%.
No, they said they're done releasing the files. That's what they said.
I'm holding out for them to revisit that. They've revisited it a couple of times.
They literally said they're done releasing the files.
Yeah, I just feel like we'll get there. I think there'll be enough fuss about it, and
but he said that they're done releasing it. So why would you want people who are preventing the release of the files, even though they're legally obligated to do so?
That's happened for the last 3 presidents.
There wasn't a legal obligation to release it. There wasn't a congressional act to release it. The files were actually sealed through 2024 by a grand jury. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's my
or
point.
Unsealed in 2024 by a grand jury.
Yeah, yes. But I'm saying they existed long before. So if you were president, which I think you'd make a very good president, by the way. But
then I don't know how you'd ever vote for Trump over Harris. That's insane to me.
Like I'm saying, I don't believe in. There's a reason why you won't be a politician is because you have to be a certain type of evil, I think, to be a politician. I don't think you got that in you, to be honest. And that's what the problem
I disagree with you.
is.
I disagree with you, and I think that the way that you view politics will inevitably lead to more evil people getting in politics because you just expect it for politics rather than saying we need to get rid of that in politics and we need to hold people accountable. And actually, you vote in the most corrupt, right, politicians, and you still support that because it makes you money, because you're able to make money off of that. So that tells me that you, in the way that you think, means that you're susceptible to corruption. How could you? So, like, I mean, how can you sit there and say that? From your perspective, you think corruption is bad, but then you engage in the exact same mindset that justifies that very corruption.
Well, it's thinking a bit black and white. Like, it's putting me in a corner. Well, it is because, like, I voted Obama, and I voted Biden.
Yeah. So then, why did you throw away your integrity and your ethics?
Because things didn't really change, did they?
They did. You don't think you want to say that for the people specifically who are on their expanded access to Medicaid and the ACA and the expansion in the environmental regulations through specifically like the IPCC, through the Inflation Reduction Act, through the countless policies the Obama administration put in place that actually allowed for us to build up renewable energy production in this country, which Donald Trump is literally going back on, right? You understand we established U.S. aid to a greater extent. Donald Trump pulling that back will lead to 14 million people dying over the next 10 years. According to a Lancet study, 14 million people will die because Donald Trump and his administration decided to pull back on U.S. aid. And those are 14 million preventable deaths that would have been prevented, right, if the Democrats were in office and Donald Trump was not in office. And again, you're willing to overlook all of those things? You're willing to just say, oh, nothing changed? You can't say that. You can't say that at all. It's ridiculous when people say that because you're just trying to ignore everything that actually benefited people.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's going to be I mean, that's a tough stat to say 14 million people are going to die over the next 10 years due to one thing. Also, it's only a 4-year term, and to use it to like allow myself to get ahead on a basis that I don't think Kamala or Trump we're going to do much different. I don't think the stock
I just
market would have
explained
been
countless
better under
things, and
her.
you just don't acknowledge it, right? Like you think
Well,
that
yeah,
Kamala
I
Harris
understand
choosing
what
not
she
to
would
go
have
to the
done.
war with Iran, choosing not to do tariffs, choosing to create better conditions in terms of access to health care, right, and literally actually advocate for the working class to a great extent. You don't think any of those things are going to be relevantly different?
Well, I mean, both candidates did say they weren't going to go to war. So, I mean, she never had the chance.
Just because
to go
Trump
back
lied
on
about
that.
it doesn't mean she lied about it. I don't know why
No,
people
but I'm
always bring
saying-
this up as a reason to say that she lied about it, is that Trump lied about it. That makes no sense.
Well, I mean, every single election, both sides of politicians lie.
Can you
They say
name
they're not
one?
gonna do
Can you name
something.
one or name 2 lies she's ever engaged in?
Well, I mean, if we have to look at back when she was in New York, like, I mean, holy, like there were multiple times where she's put people in jail that, really probably shouldn't be there.
Can
and
you
are
name
still in
2
jail.
specific lies she's ever engaged in?
What about her act in New York about policing the jails?
She never worked in New York.
Yeah, she put through the state. I can bring it up.
She worked in California.
Yeah. There was California. There's an act of state there that she put a bunch of people in jail. Said she wasn't going to make that act, and then essentially went back on it.
Tell
and
me
then
what
did it
specific
under
thing.
new information.
I'm asking for a lie. You can't name the specific. So name something that you can say
I'll bring it up.
specifically. No, I want you to name 2 lies, specific lies.
Yeah, can I bring it? Can I bring it up?
There being wrongful determinations on something and unintentionally, for example, is not going to be the same as like her purposefully lying. Can you give me 2 examples of a purposeful lie?
Well, in this scenario, it was maybe a change of heart on her end for new information being told. So I guess technically you could say that's not a lie. But
so can you give me any evidence of her engaging in 2 lies? Or name the specific lies.
Well, if what I said there, does that not count as a lie then? Are we going to agree on that?
I don't even know what specific thing you're referencing. You couldn't even mention it. So I'm asking you, can you name 2 specific lies that she engaged in?
Yeah, I'm just on my phone right now, though. Can I look it up quick and then bring it to you, or do you not want to?
Sure. You don't know any off the top of your head?
Well, she doesn't win any elections, so it's hard to see if she goes back on a lie.
What? You understand that you can still identify that someone lied even if they didn't win an election, right?
Yeah, but
like before Trump ran for president, we could indicate that he lied.
You know what I mean? But she didn't get into power, so like, how do we know what she lied about?
She was
on her
vice
platform?
president. She was district attorney. She was attorney general. She was a senator. She won elections. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, the big election that is the presidency one.
Yeah, did Trump win in 2000? He ran in
No,
2000. Did he even get
he's won
1%
twice, though,
support?
so you can see all the lies.
Did he even get 1% support in 2000?
No, but he won.
No, he
later,
didn't.
right?
So then I don't know why you try to act like her running for president of the United States the first time means that she has to win. Biden, when he ran for president of the United States the first time, didn't win. She had a higher percentage support within the Democratic Party than Biden did historically. But no one ever said that about Biden. Why do people say this about Kamala Harris?
Well,
Answer
I'm saying
that question.
she hasn't won yet, so it's hard to tell if she's done the lies. But
She has
I
won
found
countless
I found the
elections.
act-
She's won
No, I
countless
meant
elections.
the presidency one, and I found
But
the,
just
the
because she
act I
hasn't
was
won,
talking
that
about
doesn't change
California.
anything. That's not an argument.
Well, okay, I found the act, the prison act that she did in California.
Okay, what is it?
One second, I just got to bring it back up. I'm on my phone. I'm going to screenshot it for myself.
Okay. Bonnie, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We will after the midterms. I think it's important to do this as of now. And I think that it does facilitate and help with that. Belinda as well, thank you for the $13. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Kirsten, thank you so much for the purchase of the $3. Thank you very much. And Harry Bertho, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said, love you, man. You are awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Elizabeth, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. For just because nothing changed for you doesn't mean it didn't for others. Under 47, people are in detention centers. My roommate and many friends lost long-term jobs and lost health insurance. Look beyond the end of your own nose. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I totally agree. Totally agree.
I do have it here. You can keep going if you need to.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. It's the anti-truancy prosecution.
Okay, and
2010s.
And there was no person that you're saying that was arrested like wrongly. You're talking about people, or sorry, not arrested, put in prison wrongly. You're talking about someone specifically who was just detained, and they asked them questions.
No, I'm talking about her Smart on Crime and Tough on Crime Act that put a lot of people.
Yeah, and this is for truancy for school. So like if there was a situation of truancy, all they would do was just ask and see what's going on. If there's a reasonable situation for why they specifically were truant, well, then they wouldn't apply any charges. So all they did was investigate.
Yeah,
so
they just got a lot of it wrong is the problem. There are
can
a lot of people.
Can you name one thing that they got wrong in specific?
Yeah, I got to bring it back up here. There's actually
because by the way, this is such a ridiculous thing to say that she's responsible for.
If you want to look up like there's actually I believe there's a list. I'm looking at it here. It could be wrong, but there's a list of wrongfully convicted people through that prosecution.
And any wrongfully convicted person, right? She would disagree with them being convicted. That was an accident. There are wrongful convictions within a justice system, but proportionally, most people aren't wrongfully convicted. Okay, so just because there are some wrongful convictions within a justice system does not mean you can say, "Oh, I'm never going to vote for Harris." That's a ridiculous argument. You wouldn't vote for any law enforcement official then, because there have been wrongful determinations.
Well, yeah, but I mean, technically, I did with Trump because he has wrongful terminations too. But
what? So then you're okay with? So then why are you saying this is a reason to not vote for Harris?
Well, it's like they didn't get out of prison until she was out of California.
But this isn't a lie.
No, but she said
like an accidental wrongful conviction within a justice system is not her engaging in a lie. You said you were going to give me two explicit examples of her engaging in a lie, and yet you have yet to give one.
Well, you won't kind of let me finish there. Like she said she was going to fix it, right? Those wrongful convictions, and then left California. Just left. It didn't come through on that promise. So I feel like that's a lie. I mean, you could argue it's not, but I think just leaving.
Can you provide the source on that? What year did she say this, and then when did she leave?
It's right after the 2010s. So
okay, so give me the source.
Okay, 1 second here. I got to bring it back up.
Okay.
I mean, okay, but right before I leave, because I have to minimize and come back for a second.
Yeah.
If I do bring this back, can we agree that like technically that is a lie? Like, would you consider that a lie, or am I wasting my time bringing this up?
Would I consider it a lie that she specifically said that she was going to be able to get rid of their wrongful conviction, and then she just left and never did it? Would that be a lie?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that's an accurate explanation of the events. If there's anything that would be at all associated with this.
Chat disagrees with you. Everyone watching says that wouldn't be a lie. So like, what are we going to agree on?
No, she didn't engage in a lie. Can you please just look it up? Do your fucking research. You made the claim.
Well,
You're making these claims that she's such a liar, but you can't even mention any examples. You knew nothing off the top of your head, and you're now deflecting to not look it up.
A lie anyways.
Go look it up.
Okay, but do we agree that it is a lie or not?
I already answered this question, sir. Can you stop wasting my time?
Whoa.
Respectfully, I already answered this question, and you're not looking it up after you said you would look it up.
I just asked a simple question that like chat was
did I answer this question? Yes or no?
Yeah, you did.
I did. So why are you asking it again?
I was just saying like I was just asking if we still agree with if chat's disagreeing with you.
Why are you asking me if we still agree after I just answered the question? I don't know why you would do that.
I was
just go look it up. You're wasting my time.
All right. Yeah, okay. Well, my time's definitely more valuable than you. We already talked about my money, so just 1 second.
What? Your time is more valuable than mine?
You can be cocky. I can't be cocky.
I wasn't being cocky. I was telling you to go look it up, the thing that you said you wanted me to do, or you said you were going to do, by the way. And by the way, what do you mean your time is more valuable? Are you saying because you make more money than me? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying you said your time was very valuable, implying that I'm wasting your time. Yeah.
I know. I said you were wasting my time. That's what I said.
Yeah.
And then you said, my time is more valuable than yours. I said, why? Why is your time more valuable than mine?
Okay. Well, you said it, not me, my man. I don't know.
That's not what I said. I said you're wasting my time.
Well, you know what? I don't want to waste any more of your time. I was here to be
Wow.
convinced.
Wow. Instead of
and
actually engaging with
I'll-
this intellectually, he's just going to
Well,
act like a
come
little
on, man.
child and run
You're
away
act-
because he's emotional.
No, I'm not.
You know,
I'm
you're just
not.
being
You can-
emotional and you're going to run away and not engage with the intellectual point that I just made.
You're being a bit emotional here, my man. I'm
That's
pretty
not me
calm.
being emotional. You just said you're going to run away because you won't address what I'm saying.
Well, I don't really want to engage with someone who says I'm wasting their time, and then I say it back,
Wha-
and then you get upset about it. Like it's
Wait, I said you're asking me a question redundantly after I already answered the question instead of looking it up after you said you would look it up. So I'm telling you you're wasting my time because instead of looking it up, you're deciding to complain about something irrelevantly, right? And like unreasonably.
Well, I was just trying to like establish the terms before I looked it up because if you said it's
I already
not a
answered the
lie, then
question
why
though.
would I
You
look
already
it up?
admitted that.
And I know, and I just said everyone it's spam chat right away. It's like that's not a lie, that's not a lie, that's not a lie.
I don't
And
don't
then
care what
was
the
like,
chat
oh,
said.
is it not? Okay.
What's relevant is what I'm saying, right? In the debate that we're
Right,
having.
Chat doesn't matter. I agree. Chat doesn't matter. I agree. But what I'm saying
In
is
the conversation that we're having, yeah. You don't just get to
Okay, yes.
bring up random comments.
well, I mean, there was a lot of those random comments, but okay, I'll be right back. It'll take like 20 seconds. Is that too much of your time or no?
No, dude, I told you to do that. That's the. Why are you acting like a child, dude? Like you're acting like what I said there didn't make sense.
I'm just.
You said you were gonna look it up. I told you, okay, go do it, and then you just started complaining about something and re-asking the same question I already answered instead of just looking it up. Just go look it up.
Okay, I'll be right back.
First the hand art. Thank you so much, Paris. Marie, thank you so much for pushing the $6.70 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me click on to be able to see this real quick. Do give me a quick second. Charles, thank you for the sheep. Thank you very much. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, so as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Update on Alabama Ivy special session. We are under court-ordered map by the VRA until 2030. If the courts don't challenge it, we'll probably lose our 2 Democratic representatives in Alabama. They said Jeffco has Birmingham, probably will stay blue. We'll lose District 2. I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you for spreading that information. Thank you so much, Marie. As well as POT, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's like really cringe. It's really, really cringe, right? Thank you very much. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people. As always, everybody. For the people who are on YouTube, we're at currently, I think, around 1,000 likes or so. If you hit that thumbs up, everyone, let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. We got like 3,400 people in the stream. I think we could easily get there. Actually, we're at 1,200 already, ahead of what I already thought. Thank you, everybody. Do give it a second for them to find this information real quick. Thank you so much, the hand heart. Thank you very much. Give them a second. Did you find the information?
Yep. Sorry, I found it. I'm back. I was just trying to memorize it because I have to keep bringing it up on my phone back and forth. But it's from 2011 to 2017. Over 300 specifically mothers were jailed for over 180 days through wrongful conviction, and that's mothers due to the parents. So like it happens. So and then she said she would fix it, and she didn't stay.
Yeah. What's the source?
2016. You can look.
Just letting you know, I can't hear you when you're out of the app. So.
It is the Washington Post. Do we
What's the
consider
title?
that
What's the
liable?
title? What's the
Okay,
title?
1 second. Sorry, 1 second. I just got to bring it back up.
If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people as always. We love looking for sources. It's really important, everybody. Really important to look for your sources. It's really, really important.
Do you want me to? If everyone stops typing in chat for 1 second, I can share it in chat for you. I have the link.
No, just tell me the title. Just tell me the title.
Okay.
So now it's the Guardian. Now it's not the
2019.
Washington Post.
Well, I have it from both, but I like the they both say the same thing kind of, but the Guardian one looks a bit more well laid out.
Oh, sure. So just tell me the title.
Yep, 1 second. Okay, it's Kamala Harris resurgency video on truancy prosecution. Sparks backlash.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Alrighty. And where does it say what you're saying?
1 second.
Give them a second, everybody. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Help get out to more people as always. Gonna wait for them to find this source, everybody. Do just give it a quick second, everyone. Anthony, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The third and fourth paragraph.
Third and fourth paragraph? Okay. Alrighty. And starting with what words?
It starts with but in public speeches.
Yeah, and then critics. Okay, so but in public speeches and op-eds, Harris leaned heavily on the threat of potential jail time for parents whose elementary school children were often absent from school. During her race for Attorney General of California, she championed a new statewide anti-truancy law that specified that parents of chronically truant students could face a maximum penalty of a year's imprisonment in a county jail, a fine up to $2,000, or both. Critics responding to clips of Harris's speeches this week said they disapproved of Harris's willingness to use what she called the quote-unquote huge stick of law enforcement as a threat to make sure, what they add here, struggling parents got the help they need. So
Okay,
that's
so
none
then
of
if we go
this.
back- if
Let
we
me just
go down
clarify.
to the-
None of this substantiates what
If
you're
we go-
saying at all.
Yeah, well, it does. You just have to go. There's one more paragraph to do at the end, talking about how she was going to fix it, and then we can be done there.
Okay, wait. So where does it say it?
1 second. I just wanted you to read that part first because it's pretty important that she was like very willing to put parents in jail for kids truancy.
Yeah. You
which I
don't think
like.
you? I mean, as a Republican, I would think that like you would call for this, right? Or like someone supporting Trump. Like you think kids being truants not a reflection on the parents unless there's like specific circumstances that would justify it?
I do not. No, like I said, I don't support the things Trump does either. It's just easier to read the stock market when he's in power.
Okay.
He's a terrible person.
So like you're, but this has nothing to do. Like you think it's wrong that she was going to go after child neglect?
Yeah, I think separating the parent from the child is a pretty bad thing. Putting them in jail and not getting them like therapy should be like
The kids being neglected. You don't.
thing.
You don't. Okay, I have a question. Do you think that truancy, right, allowing your kid to be truant chronically without any good reason, is evidence of child neglect? I think it is.
Yep.
You're
I just don't think
neglecting their
putting the
needs. You're
parents in
neglecting their
jail is-
educational needs.
Yeah, but do you think putting the parents in jail is going to help the child?
Yes.
Okay, so you should have.
I think that I think that giving a penalty of either jail time or a fine, right, is absolutely going to be conditions that will justify an increase in the level of or a decrease in the level of truancy. I think that's evidence of child neglect, and I think that parents should be held accountable for child neglect. So I don't disagree with this. And by the way, this is not a lie. Still not a lie.
Yeah, I know. We got on a tangent there. Relax,
We got on a
relax,
tangent. I
relax.
asked you for evidence that she engaged in a lie.
Yeah,
You
and
tried to
I
look it
know,
up,
and
and
I
this
just
is what
showed
you
you
came up with.
I know. I just showed you the first section there to talk about what the lie was, right? So we established.
And by the
that.
way, in your own article, it says, as San Francisco's district attorney, Harris had prosecuted at least 25 truancy cases as of late 2010. No parents were arrested. None were jailed.
Yeah, it says 2010 to 2017 though, which I said earlier.
Yeah. Wait. So what's your point? Where did it say your point there?
Like I said, that was when she was first in, is 2010.
But that's what you're referencing from.
I know, but you can't limit it to the first couple of months in 2010 because it happened later. I said it's in her act in 2010 to 2017. Well, I'm trying to tell you, but I'm trying to get through this. But
No,
it's
because
really
the 2010 is where she had the speech talking about the controversy.
Yes, correct. Why would
Okay,
the
so if
controversy-
in 2010 she's talking about the controversy, it means it already happened. Okay, so it says
No,
as
but
of
I'm saying-
2010, she's prosecuted 25 truancy cases, and no parents were arrested or jailed. Seems like they're using
No,
fines.
No, but I'm saying later, in closer to 2015 and 2017, there were parents jailed. Actually, majority of that was mothers, is the statistic, and it's at the bottom of the article. If we get to the bottom, 1 second.
Okay, where does it say that?
1 second. 1 second. I'll go get it.
Okay, well, give them a second to find this information again. I don't even think they're going to find this. Again, there's literally, by the way, nothing that he's providing that is evidence of her lying, by the way, which I could provide so many examples of Trump lying. Just think about how telling this is of how little she lies as compared to Trump, right? Like the differences in the amount of lies, like how many I could mention versus the literal inability for you to even find something on the internet that justifies that she lied. Yo, King, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. They said GTA 6 will be out before this guy comes back with a source. You know what? I think I agree. I think I agree, actually. What is that, like 7 months from now? Totally gonna happen. Yasmin, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you very much. Trump supporter saying he supports mothers. Interesting, right? Melissa, thank you so much for the corgi. Thank you very much. Alrighty, do give him a quick second, everyone. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now. Midlife Maddie, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Good to see you as always. Hope you're doing well right now. If you want to support me as always, ever in Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. You know what, chat? I would love to hear a single time that Donald Trump has spoke without lying. Like, I don't think that there would be a Trump supporter that could give me one speech that Trump has ever engaged in without lying. Midlife Maddie, again, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. Definitely going to be an issue there. Hey, Eric, you said I'm paid by the DNC. Accept that request, buddy. Accept that request, bud. Oh, he's not going to do it. Interesting. Yeah, thank you for the hat and mustache, by the way. Thank you so much. Give them a second, everyone. They're still trying to find this. Yeah, out of a whole speech. Yeah, like just any whole speech where out of a whole speech he didn't lie in that whole speech. I don't think that a Trump supporter could actually do that. Anthony, thank you for the membership subscription. Did you find it?
Okay, so yeah, sorry, I found it. It's just there's a link you have to click in the Guardian article that brings you back to the Washington Post.
Okay, but where?
But so I can bring up the Washington Post back one.
Okay,
so it's reading while listening.
But where is that link there so I can click on it?
Yep, you have to go back to the Washington Post link.
No, just tell me where in the Guardian article it links to that, and I'll click on it.
Yeah, 1 second. It's at the bottom, second last paragraph to the right.
Okay. And there's what word is it?
It should say "see here."
See here.
For. Wait, I'll be right back. I gotta memorize the words.
I don't see where that is. I'll literally do find on page, see here. Nothing comes up on page. See. Nope, nothing comes up on the page. Nope.
It's hyperlinked in the second last paragraph.
Second to last paragraph, starting with the clips.
It's a critique. See here for critiques against prosecution in truancy case.
Critiques against prosecution in truancy. Are you looking at the Guardian article?
Yeah, it's in the Guardian one.
Yeah, the second to last paragraph is the clips from Harris's 2010 speech. That's what it says. That's the first few words.
Yeah, brother, it's in that paragraph. It's the 20, and it has the 2011 stat.
Okay. Where does it say that? It says the clips of Harris's 2010 speech at the Commonwealth and San Francisco, as well as other clips in the criminal justice speeches, were shared on Monday by Walter Bragman, a freelance journalist who has previously written about his support for the Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, who may compete with Harris for the 2020 presidential nomination. I don't see what your point is. Where does it link it?
Brother, are you wasting my time? Like, it's right there. You read over it.
Is it written about his support, or is it Walter Bragman or the clips?
It literally, like you said, the word critiques. You got to be hyperlinked right there.
Wait, which one? Critiques? Where?
I'll check to see if it's the second last paragraph. Just 1 second.
I don't think I said critiques. What is this guy saying, bro? I'm like looking at it, right? I'm reading it off. Like, is this guy just like trolling with me? It's critics, not critiques. I don't even see where it says critics. This just is the clips from Harris's 2010 speech, as well as other clips from her criminal justice speeches were shared Monday by them. A freelance article. It doesn't say any critic. Is it the critic you're referencing? Is it Walter Bragman? Do I click on him? Holy shit, dude. The fact that it's taken this long is actually really concerning, dude.
Well, okay. If you won't click that link, I have another article.
What link? I don't know what to click.
Well, if you can't read the word for the link, brother, I can't help you click it.
What word has the fucking link, dude? I don't know how this is so complicated.
They said it in chat. It said the critiques word. It's underlined in red.
There is no critiques word underlined in red. In the second to last paragraph.
Yeah, I can just give you the link or like read off.
Yeah, just tell me the title. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 1 second. It says it's through the Reason Doc. It's the Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Yep. Lies about truancy laws. Defends criminalizing kids who miss school.
It wasn't even criminalizing kids who miss school. I don't know what you're talking about.
It wasn't even criminalizing parents' kids who miss school.
Wait, what article is it?
The Reason?
The Reason.
The Reason Roundup.
The Reason? That's not even... Let me...
1.8
So not even a
million
Washington
followers.
Post. The Reason Roundup. Reason.com?
1 second. Yep, that's the website.
It says defends criminalizing parents whose kids miss schools, by the way.
Yep.
Where does it say it within this? Because, by the way, this is not the Washington Post. So a whole different source now that was not even linked.
Yeah, the Washington Post one was pretty good too, but this one it states the same thing. I can give you the Washington Post one as well. This one's a bit better, but I can. We can do the
So
Washington
where
Post
in
one.
this does it say that? What you're looking for? What? Oh my god, am I getting trolled right now?
It's the first big paragraph. There should be a media thing of Trump doing something stupid.
What?
And then it should be the first paragraph.
You're
right after
trolling
that.
me. What are you talking about?
If we have the same, there's like a GIF of Trump going across.
There is no
like,
GIF
by
of
an
Trump on
airplane.
the screen. Nothing
Okay,
on the
that's
article.
second paragraph. I'll read the words out for you. Just a second.
We were also.
Yep, that's the one. Do you have a GIF on your page for that?
No, there's nothing. No GIF.
No, there's no pictures or media there. Okay,
I don't see
not bad.
anything. Yeah. Okay, so where does it say within what you're referencing?
The part where she regrets doing it, and that she couldn't change it, but it's 'cause she
at
left.
the end of it, it says, "But all Harris actually said was that she stands by her efforts, but regrets some parents were arrested under the law, saying this was
Yes,
not the
yeah.
intention."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then she couldn't fix it. I think that's like pretty clearly, boldly, like she didn't.
That's a
her
lie.
job.
This isn't a lie.
Yeah.
And by the way, this is an unwrongful conviction because you said a wrongful conviction. This is specifically just someone being arrested where they talk to the person.
Yep, and they arrested them. Like you said, they said there was no arrests and stuff. That there is.
That was
And
at that time in
just like how Trump
2010. That
should
was
have been
according to
arrested
the
for
article
rape.
that you cited me, sir.
Right.
This is from
But just like
2019. This is what she said in
Yes.
2019 as compared to what she said in 2010. And by the way,
That's
what
what
was
I'm saying.
true in
It
that
happened-
article that specifically said as up to 2010?
But you said there was no arrest. We just proved it right there that
By
there is
up to
arrest.
2010, up to 2010, and that was what your article said. I was just reading off what your article said.
Doesn't say that up to 2010, and you know
it did say that. That's what the previous article said. I have it literally right here.
Yes.
On the Guardian article. Why are you lying?
No, you're lying. We're not talking about the previous
It
article.
literally says,
We're talking about this one.
as San Francisco's district attorney, Harris had prosecuted at least 25 truancy cases as of late 2010. No parents were arrested and none were jailed. So it says, as of late 2010, this is what was true. And by the way, what you're referencing is a particular article about her talking about running for president of the United States in 2020. And in 2019, what she said, literally, by the way, this is 7 years ago. And what we're referencing specifically originally was in 2010, as of late 2010. You're being dishonest. But by the way, again, in this circumstance, you're still not referencing a lie that she engaged in.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, it says that right there. She regrets of the arrests that happened, and she says that there were no arrests.
It was not her intention, not a lie. Not a lie.
How is that not a lie?
Wait, no, the claim that there was no arrests was specifically made by the Guardian article.
Yes, which you seem to say is the truth, and she...
Wait, that's not... Wait, so you're saying that I'm lying now? That's your argument? I'm lying, not Kamala Harris?
No, I'm saying Kamala Harris has lied.
So where? What's the lie? What's the lie?
I'm saying there's no arrests, right? That's what she said. And now we see...
That's not what she said. That's not what she said at all. That's what the Guardian article says.
Yeah, but it's quoted from her.
No, it's not.
It's from her.
Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet?
What are we betting?
You said that Harris specifically said, right, that there was no arrests. Right?
Yeah, she said
in the Guardian article, that's what you said. It quoted her saying that.
And you're saying that they said there's no arrests.
No, you're saying that they quoted her saying that in the article.
Yeah, I'm saying you're saying that they're saying there's no arrests, like the Guardian.
Yeah, I'm saying the Guardian made that claim, and it's not them quoting Harris.
Okay, so which source is incorrect then?
Well,
because if the Guardian says there's no arrests, and
wait,
this article said there were arrests.
Wait, you claimed what was in the Guardian article. You claimed they quoted Harris. Do you want to bet on that? They did not quote Harris claiming that there were no arrests. That's not what they quoted.
Okay, so we can agree that there were arrests then, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and just as Trump should have been arrested for the grape, do you believe that these parents should be arrested for neglecting their child and put in jail?
Well, they should have been given a fine, right? If there was a situation that determined that they actually did this. But in the situations you're referencing, that was not determined that they did this. It was simply just to determine and to investigate. So that's why she disagreed and said that wasn't her intention. Now, can you please...
they were prosecuted.
Wait, sir, can you admit that it did not say in the Guardian article that she said this?
Yep. And then can you admit
do?
that
Okay, so then where did she lie? What was her lie?
Because she regrets putting those people
That's
in
not a lie.
prison.
Not a lie.
Right? And she
not
said
a lie.
she would fix it.
Not a lie.
And then she left.
No, this is...
She
Wait. Actually, the quote you're making of her regretting that is from 2019. So not a claim that she made from the position of San Francisco, right, in terms of being the district attorney. So by the way, I just proved your statement to be a lie. The only one who's lying here is you.
No, it says it right in there that she regrets her decisions.
So do you think regretting is lying?
No, but when you say that,
okay, so let me clarify. So what's the lie? What's the lie?
That's the lie.
So, sir, what's the lie?
Her saying that she was going to get those people out of prison, and that she was
wait, they were never in prison.
There were people arrested and prosecuted and put in jail.
No person was put in prison. You're lying.
Well, we just looked at it and we just saw it.
Wait, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Sir, what are you? Why are you keep making just another false claim after I disprove all your false claims?
Jail. Maybe jail, not prison.
So, okay. So again, what you're referencing is specifically them just literally trying to investigate, which, by the way, she said that she regretted and disagreed with, and that wasn't the intention of the policy. Not a lie. Can you tell me what the lie is?
That she definitely was intending on that policy, and she doubled down on it.
Wait, what evidence? What? Okay, so what evidence do you have that that was her intention?
Well, I mean, she says it in the article. That's a good
No,
start.
she doesn't. She never said that was her intention, to arrest people specifically who did not actually do this.
Yeah, but it happened, and she didn't fix it. So the lie is...
Wait. So that's not a lie.
But if she said she was going to fix it and didn't fix it, is that not a lie? See, this is...
What?
This is why I wanted
wait, no,
to
when did she say that? Wait, when did she say that she was going... Wait. When did she say that she was going to fix it? What year?
It's that 2015 to 2017 year. She said
was she even district attorney that year?
She said she was going to fix it in that term.
What years was she district attorney in San Francisco?
No, she said she was going to fix it and didn't. That's what she's saying. She regrets it.
That was when she said she regretted it in 2019, dude. And by the way, she was district attorney of San Francisco from 2004 to 2011.
Right. And she said she was.
So why are you lying? Why are you lying?
I'm saying she was going to fix.
She said she was going to fix it after she was not even district attorney anymore. What does that even mean?
And then she didn't. But she didn't fix it. She said.
How is she going to fix it not as district attorney? You're lying.
She can. She was still.
You were lying, dude. Sir, you're actually lying right now. You are actually lying right now. Why are you lying?
You're saying there's no.
Why do you keep lying about her?
Sway on the state laws. You're saying there's no federal sway on the state laws because she was moved.
No, she can't impact it from that. So give me any quote of her saying that she was going to fix it in San Francisco. After that point, tell me. Give me any source.
Article. Just read down to the next. Just read down.
That article does not say that.
It's in the next paragraph, brother.
Okay, so what? Read it off.
Okay, well, I can't have it.
Oh, then tell me the paragraph so I can read it off. And by the way, like his fucking source for this is an opinion piece. It's an opinion piece.
It's the fifth paragraph, and you can read like the conversation they had. It's dotted, spaced out.
Yeah, so it's literally just Tapper saying, well, you pushed for a statewide law, right? A statewide truancy law. And she said, and the state? And then he said, and people were thrown into jail under that law. She said, not by me. Tapper said, not by you, but you supported the law.
But you did the law. Like, I mean, she didn't like handcuff him and put him in jail. We all know that. But like, obviously it's a result of her actions that, I mean, we all have to take accountability for something. So it's like right there, man. I don't know why we're getting so worked up. It's also, I don't even consider it a big deal, but she like clearly lied.
Where's the lie?
And
I don't see where the lie is.
Okay, well, she says not by me, and I would consider that the most dishonest thing you could probably say at that moment.
Wait, so if she said not by me, what was wrong about what she said?
That it is because of her, so that's a lie.
It's not though. I pushed the galaxy down. So let me clarify.
Not her law that she passed.
Let me clarify. It was not by her though. She didn't put them in jail.
But she did with her law. Like I don't understand why does Trump like I don't give Trump a pass on any of the dumb shit he's done. I'm not going to give Harris a pass.
The corgi. Well, your issue was that she enforced this, right?
Well, yeah, that's
not
exactly
that she passed a policy.
Trump on most things, right?
No, your point was that she enforced this when she was district attorney. That was your point.
Yep.
Okay, she didn't enforce it as district attorney to lead to jail, so then she didn't lie.
After.
Again, nothing about what she said is a lie there.
Said she was going to fix it after, and it never got fixed.
So by the way, the fact that it's taking you, how long is it taking you to try to find even one line? You still haven't done it. This is such a waste of time, dude.
Well,
this is why
so many.
You have not given me so many. We've spent 54 minutes having this conversation, and you still can't give me a specific lie because this is not a lie.
How is that not considered a lie?
That's not a lie. What's the lie? Tell me. What's the statement that she said that was intentionally false?
Well, we can go with the one you just read, but the next paragraph does state about her.
Wait, no. What is the statement? Tell me. I want to hear it out loud. What is the statement that is? She said intentionally that was wrong, and she intentionally knew it was wrong.
They're not in prison because they're not in jail because of me. It's like, well, yes, they are. Like that's inherently incorrect. That's actually really bad. I actually really don't like that she said that because it makes it sound like nothing's my fault. Like, you shouldn't be in jail. Like the law is there. You should have just followed it, and you wouldn't be in jail. But like the law was made by her, and she separated kids and parents, which I really don't like. Which I really don't like about Trump.
All she's saying in that circumstance is that she wasn't the one to. Sir, all she's saying in that circumstance is saying that she isn't the one to enforce it. Does that make sense?
Well, then who do you blame, Trump or ICE?
Wait, so then let me clarify. That's quite literally going to be relevant, right? This is not something that she enforced as district attorney. That's all she said.
Well, I mean, she enforced the law. She said she didn't actually be the one to, like, she's not making.
She just supported. You're just saying she supported the law, not that she enforced the law. She's saying she didn't enforce it.
Was she not district attorney?
But she didn't enforce that one.
She made the law.
But she didn't put anyone in jail under her administration. Is that true?
It says it right there. She said she didn't I didn't put those people in jail. Like, but the law she made did. And it's just like Trump with ICE. Like, is it ICE's fault or Trump's fault?
But Trump's
because he's only made the law. He's not the one throwing them in jail, right? It wasn't him.
So he's making the law and enforcing it under his administration.
Yep, and she enforced it under her administration. That's why people got put in jail.
All she's saying is that she didn't throw anyone in jail under her administration when she was in office. So, by the way, you can say that you think that, oh, she didn't add the extra context I wish she would have added, but that's not evidence of her lying.
I'm not saying that. She's literally just said she didn't throw people in jail. I don't know. This doesn't even help me in the argument at all. Like, you could even concede that she said that.
All she said is not by me.
And it's not even that. Yeah, don't you?
Yeah, wait. By the way, sir, I can acknowledge when she said something that was a lie or something that I consider to be wrong. I'm just telling you, this is not a lie because you don't know what a lie is, and I'm describing to you how it's not a lie, and you're simply just trying to say it over and over again because you literally failed in the past 30 minutes to provide me any actual lie that she engaged in.
I mean,
it's embarrassing,
giving
dude.
You lies and you just saying it's not a lie.
I proved to you how it's not a lie.
You didn't prove to me.
I absolutely did.
No, she supported that law, and then it got people put in jail. I don't understand.
But that's not the claim that she's making.
Don't agree on that.
That's not the claim that she's making.
She's saying she didn't put.
Sir,
she didn't put the people.
You're
in jail.
misrepresenting her claim.
You're saying the district attorney.
Dude, you're literally misrepresenting her claim to say that she lied.
So you're saying the district attorney that supports that law and heavily supported and pushed it through, that was written for. She saw the law written, because I know district attorneys don't make laws; they just sign them. And you're saying that her signing that law and enforcing it and putting it into power means that she's not the one who technically put people in jail. Is that what we're going to go with?
Yeah, she's just claiming that no one was put in jail by her or under her administration.
It was under her administration, bro. She passed the law, and that's why she regrets doing it, and that's why when she said she was going to fix it,
she regrets that the law inevitably led to that because it wasn't her intention.
Okay, so why would we trust someone like that in power if she can't
if she made a mistake?
Like yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why does it matter?
Because people can make mistakes and they can learn from them and do better. I think that's a lot better than Trump. Trump literally does way worse every fucking day of the week, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but he doesn't.
Let me just clarify. The one thing you are grasping for straws for to try to say is a lie, right? I can give you 100 things that Trump's done that's blatant lies. Okay? How about Donald Trump saying that the election was stolen in 2020? Do you think the election was stolen in 2020?
When he won, they said the election was rigged. Every politician who loses says the election is rigged on both sides.
Did Kamala Harris say the election was rigged in 2024?
What are you talking about? They said there was Russian involvement.
Wait. I'm asking you, did Kamala Harris say that the election was rigged in 2024?
No, but the one he lost before.
Wait, hold on. Pause. You said every single election they say is rigged. That's not true. So I just proved to you that we didn't do that in 2024. So can you then acknowledge Donald Trump lied, right, about the election, said it was rigged with absolutely no evidence when 60-plus courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, and there were audits in every single swing state that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election? Do you agree that's a lie?
Yep, I do.
Okay, do you agree that he constantly perpetuates this lie even to this day?
Correct. And then do you agree that in 2020 they said when
do you think Trump is more of a lie?
How about on the recount?
They did not say that. They did not say that.
They did.
They didn't. That's not true.
I mean, do I have to pull up another article, or is that wasting too much of your time?
You want to go for it? You can. Yeah. They never said it was rigged.
They did.
No, they didn't. All they did was look into and investigate Russian interference in the election, and they indicated no collusion between Trump and Russia to indicate that they would have caused the election to be overturned. You have no actual evidence for your position at all. You're just yapping.
Say that Clinton didn't say there was, it was rigged. Is that what you're going to tell me right now? Or are we?
Yes, I am. When she was claiming the illegitimate president claim, right, she's only referencing the notion of the Electoral College and how she disagrees with it. She's not saying that she believes that the election was rigged. That's not what she was saying. King of the Golden State, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Yeah, this guy's absurd.
So you're saying that she's saying he's an illegitimate president due to the way the voting happened, is not saying it was rigged.
Yeah, that's not saying it's rigged because she's just saying that she disagrees with the Electoral College.
That is like super wild way to like interpret words.
That's not me interpreting it in a weird way. That's exactly what she said. Everyone knows this because she disagrees with the Electoral College, and he didn't win the popular vote. He won because of the Electoral College. I don't think that's complicated, and you're just reaching. The mental gymnastics required to hold your position is absolutely nuts. Not to mention the 30,000 confirmed lies under Trump's first administration are misleading statements, right? We can point to the fact that he cheated on every single one of his wives, and he lied about it and falsified business records in order to be able to hide the hush money payments that he made so it didn't affect his election prospects.
But that happened with Clinton and his son, too. And in the Clinton administration.
Clinton's son?
Think further back. Or sorry, Biden's son. There was like definitely hidden money throughout that.
Wait, there was nothing.
Ukraine.
Wait, Biden was never.
Obvious.
Biden's son was never convicted of anything relating to Ukraine.
Yeah, they pushed that through, and just like Trump wasn't convicted of grape, like he
was held liable. He was held liable.
Yeah, and so was Biden's son. Like
he wasn't.
Civilly held liable.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he wasn't. So he was definitely
the determination that he was held responsible for, that Biden pardoned him for, was a misfiling of for a gun purchase.
And there was a lot of money borrowed from the Ukraine government, which is not allowed when
he was not charged for that. He was not charged for that.
He was civilly held liable, just like Trump wasn't. Trump didn't go down for grape either, but obviously
Trump was held liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. When was Hunter Biden held liable? And by the way, your response to me saying Trump was held liable of sexually abusing a woman is saying Hunter Biden was held liable of getting $1 million from Ukraine when that was not even something he was held liable for? That's not even the president, by the way, and not even the last candidate for president either.
Yeah, and then obviously you look further back and Clinton obviously had a lot of money problems going on with the emails that got released about her. It wasn't great either.
I don't see how this is relevant.
Purity.
I don't think this is relevant at all.
There's no purity in
How is this relevant, sir?
There's no purity.
How is that relevant to what we were just talking about?
Because I'm trying to tell you there's no purity in politics, so it doesn't matter who everyone votes for.
But that doesn't mean, okay, it does, because you're comparing a rapist to someone specifically doing what? You're comparing rape to what? Tell me what you think is what Kamala Harris has done that's comparable to rape.
I don't like how the original Clinton cheated on his wives either.
Can you answer any of my questions direct? I'm asking about Harris. Dude, answer my damn question, dude.
I
said Harris. I did not say Clinton. I said Harris. Respond.
Yeah, I think that is worse. That is worse.
What did Harris do that is equivalent to rape?
There isn't.
There's nothing. So then why do you support Trump over Harris if you acknowledge that he's been held liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will?
Because I think as soon as she gets into power too, there'll be dumb stuff that comes out about her, and she'll probably voting. I'm voting her next election. I'm
like what? This came out prior to Trump even running for president the second time or the third time.
Well, I don't know yet. You have to wait until.
What do you mean you don't know? So then, how can you say that? That's such a ridiculous thing. You know what? You know what? There's gonna be crimes that come out that indicate that you assaulted people. Can I just make that claim? No, I can't make that claim about you, right? I can't just say that about you, right? I need evidence to say that about you? So then why do you get to say that about Kamala Harris and you don't need evidence to say that about Kamala Harris?
Well, I'm saying it's every politician, every single election for the last
It's not.
40 years.
You have no evidence to say that this is true about Kamala Harris. You're superimposing it based upon your own fucking random claim. Okay, well, I can make the same claim about you, right?
I'd imagine someone who throws people's parents in jail instead of getting them mental help when their kids are skipping school in underfunded neighborhoods, predominantly black, is probably going to make a couple of
This is such a dishonest framing. Okay, what do you care about Donald Trump not renting to black people in the 1970s?
Yeah, that's terrible.
Do you care about Donald Trump calling Hakeem Jeffries low IQ and a thug recently, 2 days ago? How do you feel about Donald Trump? How do you feel about Donald Trump posting a picture representing Barack and Michelle Obama as apes?
Absolutely terrible.
Okay, well then how do you feel about Donald Trump literally popularizing the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States?
Absolutely terrible.
So how the hell can you sit there and say that you support Donald Trump while simultaneously saying that you care about that?
I don't support either one of them, and I've been saying this the whole time.
Then why the hell are you on my stream?
Easier to make.
He just got a violation for misinformation, by the way, as well. Violet, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I genuinely can't take more of it. That guy was absurd. That guy was so ridiculous, dude. Sadie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on PayPal. Thank you very much. And Marina, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you very much. I hope the rest of the stream goes better than it has so far. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. We're very close to getting to 2,000 likes, actually. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everybody. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're 18 plus and a Trump supporter. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 34.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
For many reasons. I think after the last guest, man, I just want to switch it up for you. I'll debate you, but I just want to ask, if you have the chance to actually sit down with Trump, like not in front of cameras, like where you could actually like talk to him for 30 minutes, what are some things you think you could ask him that would possibly make him like think more like in depth about his position as president?
I don't think
Like,
there's
what are,
anything
like-
I could say to him that would genuinely get him to rethink.
You don't think there's like 3 questions you could?
Nope. It's not things I could say to him or I could change him for. It's things I could say to people that support him. Right? I don't think there's a single thing I could say to his face that would genuinely get him to rethink it. He would just write me off as someone he thinks has TDS. I'm serious. Like, that's what he would say. He would just say I'm a leftist radical lunatic that wants to destroy the country, even though he's the one who's called for the termination of the Constitution, even though he's undermined the 2020 election results, even though he's called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, even though he's said he's glad that Rob Reiner and that Robert Mueller is dead, right? Even though they literally just, like for example, with Robert Mueller, just investigated into him, weren't even like some leftist lunatic, you know?
Yeah. So you're in your position, you're thinking any Republican that has any chance to actually make a change or do anything is going to have to fully stand against him to take any.
Definitely.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey man, I'm based, but I just wanted to switch it up after that.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, how you doing? I am 27
Do you
from
support Trump?
Tennessee. No, I don't.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I am 17.
18 plus to join live, everyone. 18 plus, TikTok rules. Alrighty. Do give it a quick second, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? 35.
Oh, wait, I've debated you before, right?
Yeah.
Why'd you send a guest request back?
No, because I believe that abortion should be safe, legal, and rare. Do you agree?
I mean, you would say it already is, right?
I wouldn't say it's rare, no. But is that
what does rare mean to
Would
you?
you agree that they should be safe, legal, and rare?
I think it should be safe. I think it should be legal, and I think it should be up to the person who's pregnant on whether or not they want to get it. And if it ends up being rare, it ends up being rare. If it doesn't end up being rare, it doesn't end up being rare. And
So
it
do you
also depends
support
on what
any
you
limits at
define
all?
as rare. What's up?
So I guess are we saying why should it or shouldn't it be rare, or how much is rare? Like what number?
What is rare? Yeah. Can you give me like a number?
Yeah, I think that if a number, I don't know if I can give you off the top of my head, but whenever we can save both lives, I think we should.
Is that an answer to my question?
Yeah, it should be very rare.
What's the level of
Should
rarity?
only happen in 4
Like
instances.
what does rare mean to you? Can you give me a notion of rare?
Sure, I can give you 4 exceptions to the rule that all babies should come to full term: rape, incest, viability, and threat to the mother's life.
By rare, I'm asking you like proportionally. What would you consider rare?
Well, I think that the
sense
number of abortions that fall under those 4 exceptions is somewhere around. I think it's like 3 to 6.5%, 3.5 to 6.5% of abortions are rape, incest, viability, or threat to the mother's life.
What percent of sex?
That's how many abortions we should have.
Watch this. What percent of sex leads to pregnancy?
So, do you support any limits here? And what does this have to do with the pro-life debate?
I promise you, it's going to be relevant. If you'd like to answer my questions, if not, I'll just go on to the next person. I'm not going to beg you to answer my questions.
Go ahead and enlighten me. Go ahead and enlighten me. I don't have that data in front of me, Parker.
Based on what I've seen, it's about 5%. Okay. If we're going to use that number, then we'd ask, what percent of pregnancies are there an abortion? Well, any number would actually meet within your threshold. Even if we were to assume every single pregnancy led to an abortion, and it was at 5%, that's within your threshold of 3 to 6.7% or whatever you said. That would say
no.
What?
I think.
Kind of.
Sorry, I
So
made
that meets your that meets your context of rare already. So it's
I
already
didn't say
designated as
that
rare.
wasn't the claim that I made. So hang on a second. That wasn't the claim that I made. I said that 3.5 to 6.5% of abortions fall under rape, incest, viability, and threat to the mother's life.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you this question one more time. If you choose not to answer this question, I'm just going to kick you. I feel like I asked a very basic question, simple question you should be able to answer. What percentage is considered rare to you? If you don't answer this question, I'm going to kick you. Stop wasting my time.
1%. How about that?
Okay. So you think that if it was a 1% likelihood amongst the entirety of the U.S. population on a yearly basis, you would consider it rare?
I'd like it to be as little as possible. Yeah, I'd consider.
Answer my direct
one
question.
Or less, yes.
Would you consider 1%? Okay,
I'd consider 1 or less.
How many abortions? How many abortions happen every year?
From what I'm seeing here, it makes up about 1 to 6%.
How many abortions happen every year?
About 1 million, 2 million.
Okay, what is the population of the U.S.?
Like, what is it, 370 something nowadays?
Okay, so does 1 million make up less than or more than 1% of 340 million?
Ask that one more time, Parker.
Yeah. Does 1 million make up more than or less than 1% of 340 million?
Sorry, this is like you're losing me here. I don't know what.
Okay, genuinely too stupid to have a conversation with. I can't do it, man. Holy shit, dude. Are you kidding me, dude? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
They sounded really young. Let's go to the next person. Listen to guest request if you need their criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bedtime, hold up.
How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
The election was held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
You.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh man, I'm 33.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Who do you think, man?
You interested to answer the question?
You, Parker.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007, June 2nd.
Okay. And what state do you live in?
I live in Australia.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Please, everybody, if you're on TikTok, read this criteria before you try to send a guest request. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, why don't you want to have the pro-abortion debate?
Oh, is this the same person? You literally just wasted my time. Go fuck yourself. Leave me alone. I never want to talk to you again. I don't like people like you. You won't answer basic questions. You won't, like, have a conversation with me. You're so ridiculous, dude. And honestly, you're genuinely too stupid to actually reason with. Like, it gets to a point where it's like, you have to have basic critical thinking skills. And if you can't answer basic questions, I'm not going to waste my time any further. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you so much. I love.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Let's go to the next person. Again, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Can any friend YouTube hit that thumbs up? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6'7".
Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Give it a quick second, everyone. We're almost there. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
Yo, Parker, you should hit a blinker for the stream.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Everybody, do give it a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump. I'd say yeah.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I just don't think I think everybody's trying to tear him down, but he's just the face of he's just the puppet. He's not really the one making decisions.
Okay, I think you're trolling. G Hoops, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you very much for here's $100 for the hour of your time these people are wasting. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for G Hoops in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. That's so very kind of you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for them. Very, very kind of them. We'll get someone very, very soon, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Little did these trolls know that they ended up just making me money. Very unfortunate for them. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump a million times over.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he's the only person who's pro-white. And also, you love niggers. Kill yourself. Hail Hitler.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. What's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because like 6 plus 7 equals 6, 7 type shit.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. What's up? How old are you? No, let's go to the next person. Do you give us a quick second, everyone? We're just getting a lot of trolls right now. It looks like Trump supporters are just unwilling to debate right now. What's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
probably Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2003,
And what month?
September.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I think the border crisis, I think that's pretty good. That's probably why, like, my number one reason.
Okay. Can you name any policy that Donald Trump passed as it relates to the border that materially benefited you?
No, not really. I mean, I don't do a lot of research on it. To be honest, I know a lot of Republicans that come up on here. They don't do a lot of research, so I can't really name one policy. But I mean, I like watching these people's lives to learn more.
Okay, so then what makes you think that he's better off for immigration? Because I would argue that actually Democrats are better off. We focus on going after those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes proportionally to a greater extent. We don't violate due process rights to the same extent, and we want to provide a quicker legal process for people to try to coming into the country through the legal manner.
Yeah, I agree. I think the immigration process, needs a lot of fixing. I like the idea of how the Democrats want a faster way for people that come through legally to come through. But I just don't think like when it was I feel like a lot of Democrats, they look at the current party right now as like, oh, they're so bad. But like with ICE, ICE was a thing when Obama was in the chair for president and stuff like that. I don't know how people look at the Republican side right now and think it's like so bad, if that makes sense.
So we can criticize what Democrats have done, but we're arguing that the Democrats have preferable policy. Right? Like 4 times more proportionally in terms of the likelihood of deporting someone who had committed a violent crime.
I'm kind of confused with like the verbiage.
Okay, so 20% of undocumented immigrants deported under the Obama administration had committed a violent offense, right? Only 5% under Trump. So it was 4 times higher under Obama proportionally. So they were focusing on actually like making the country safe and secure.
Right.
Okay, so like, I mean, what makes you think that Trump has benefited you in any way with his immigration policy?
I mean, it just looks like that it's just more secure than it was in the past. I feel like.
How does that benefit you?
How does it benefit us? I mean, a lot less people that are illegal coming over. It's like a lot of people go back to the point of like it's your house. You don't want people coming into your house that are just random people. You
want the most amount of people vetted as possible.
Say again.
You want the most amount of people vetted as possible.
Vetted? What's that?
Like to go through a legal process to be vetted. So that we know who they are.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Democrats facilitated that with the bipartisan border bill that would have made the legal process go quicker and would have secured the border. But Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill because he didn't want the Democrats to get a W on the border.
So then what did the Republicans do that was so bad in comparison? Like, why are the Democrats like kind of crashing out on the Republicans?
Because they're violating due process to a greater extent. They allowed for ICE to detain individuals based upon their race, taking that consideration with other things, which ICE has been doing so just by considering race, not even considering other factors, which is what federal courts have determined. They've justified detaining people specifically just for their accent. They have allowed ICE to search and seize people's homes without a judicial warrant, right? So not going through the same sort of due process that existed historically. They've also murdered U.S. citizens in broad daylight and justified it. There are countless examples that we can provide.
Right. I mean, I feel like, this has been a thing, for the longest time. I mean, a lot of people, they like, I'm gonna go back to my point. I think ever since just Trump came in office, people are just like over exaggerating the fact that this has been around for a long time, and this isn't like the first couple of cases that we've actually shipped out people to their own country and stuff like that. At least I don't think so. I think we've done that in the past. Have we not?
What you said? Detain people? I mean, deport people to the wrong countries?
Yeah, deport people back to their own countries, like, or deport them back to like where they came
in general.
from.
Yeah, we deported people.
Deportation.
I already acknowledged that. But what
Yeah.
you're not acknowledging is that there's a difference in the process that they're using to deport people.
Right.
That's what people are responding differently to. And that's
Okay.
not like we're saying we have zero critiques of the Democratic policy on immigration, but it is to say that there are more criticisms of the Democratic policy on immigration than there are on the Obama or Harris or Biden immigration policy.
Okay. So, like, I don't know. I'm like trying to learn a little more, because I like listening to both sides. Got to be like, what's that word? Transparent. So, I don't know. Like, what would you say to someone that's just like trying to learn more? I guess. I mean, I'm obviously still, based on my traditional values, and whatnot. I think Republican Party is a good party for me.
Okay. Name any traditional value that Donald Trump does not undermine.
I don't know. I don't really know, like, I don't know if there's like a list of traditional values. Like, I really don't know that, like, to be honest.
So what traditional values do you care about?
Probably religion. Is religion a traditional value? I don't know.
Are you Christian?
Yeah, I'm Christian. I would consider myself Christian, Protestant.
How do you feel about him representing himself as God?
That was disgusting. I saw that. And
Isn't that
we
an
actually talked
unforgivable
about that.
sin?
I think so. Yeah.
So isn't that a reason you should stop supporting him?
Yeah, I think it really is. When you look at that.
All right. So like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, I couldn't vote for Harris. I don't think I would vote, to be honest.
Okay. All right. At least we got your mind to change there. Maybe you can listen to my arguments and hear maybe why you should lean towards the Democrats rather than just not vote at all. But it seems like we got you to stop supporting Trump. So I appreciate you coming up.
Yep. Thank you.
Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Ken, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. For the past week has been hell. Time to fill the jar. It has been. I had a day recently that was pretty decent, but yeah, it's been pretty brutal recently. It's been pretty brutal. I feel like most days I've just had really insane debates. Yoshua, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tomorrow I should be on in the morning, everyone. 9 a.m. Pacific time, probably. Samaya, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope for a better day as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. As well as use this gospel. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Do you have any advice for media politics? I've done high school debate for 3 years and I'm going to nationals, but I want to post online as well. It would obviously just be specific to a niche. Do what you're best at. See what works. Reproduce what works over and over again, and it will build a baseline for your platform.
Your YouTube chat's so based, bro.
Nice. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Jay, by the way, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people. As always, let's get this next person up here, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Sorry, I'm 33, but I did not mean to do that.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, everyone. Hopefully we can get someone up here for debates. You just give it a second, everyone. I do apologize for how long it's been taking today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, so cute.
Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How you going?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. I've been supporting Trump for a long time now.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Honestly, now it'd probably be Harris.
Okay. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Do give it a second for people to join up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Do give it a minute, everyone. We're getting mostly trolls. Hey, everyone, if you're a troll, please hop out. I'm just looking for some debates right now. I am just looking for some debates. So please hop out if you're just trolling, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I think mass deportation is good for national security, and I think Iran was an imminent nuclear threat.
Okay, what makes you think that Iran was an imminent nuclear threat?
Because I remember seeing somewhere they had a bunch of stockpiled uranium. Wait, I have it written down somewhere.
Okay, so the enriched uranium that you're referencing is not at the level of enrichment necessary to weaponize it, which is 90%. It's at 60%. And actually, under the JCPOA, an agreement that Obama set up through peaceful negotiation, it actually limited them from developing enriched uranium to a greater extent to actually a point of 3.7% enriched uranium. It was 3.6% under the JCPOA. Trump pulled us out of that, and they've increased their level of enriched uranium since then. Plus, the original strike that we did about a year ago limited them from even developing it in the first place. Since then, they haven't increased their capacity of enrichment, according to Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, who testified in front of Congress on behalf of the entire intelligence community. Sorry.
Well, okay.
You just swept out the app. I can't hear you. Just letting you know.
I must have had my facts wrong. I thought it was 60%, not 90%. Okay, my bad, dude. I guess I was wrong.
Okay, so given that that's true, they weren't an imminent nuclear threat, and we were not justified in going to war with them?
I guess so, dude. My bad. I thought it was 60%. Where they had to. I thought it was 60, not 90.
Nope, it's 90%.
Jesus, I must have my facts wrong. Okay, I still think mass deportation is good for national security.
Okay. Well, deportation still exists under the Democratic policies. What specific deportation policies of Trump's do you like that make it better off, under your view?
Policies? Yeah. He didn't really have a set policy. Have you heard of the Smart Wall map?
The what?
The Smart Wall map?
I am not familiar with what you're referencing.
Okay, never mind. I don't recall him having a specific policy, but I remember he ran on mass deportation.
Okay. But proportionally, they deported 4 times less violent criminals.
Who? The Biden administration?
No, the Trump administration as compared to the Biden administration. As compared to the Obama administration. The Obama administration, 20% of undocumented immigrants they deported had committed a violent offense. Under the Trump administration, it's only 5%.
Okay, I can agree with that, but I do still think mass deportation is important because of national security. I like the fact, or I would like that we know who's in our country.
Okay.
Right?
But you understand that Democrats don't disagree with that, and they just want to make the legal process go quicker, which would incentivize people to go through said legal process. It would increase the amount of people who have been vetted in the country, and they still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry. So what specific policy did he engage in that would have led to better conditions under your view, and what material benefit would you have seen or have you seen since Trump's been in office and has imposed this policy?
Well, again, I can't rename a policy, but I have noticed that the amount of crossings has dropped significantly. He stopped doing catch and release, a lot like the Biden administration did.
That's for asylum.
For asylum. Okay, well, I do still think it is true that the border crossing.
That's a legal process of immigration. I just want to clarify.
I know.
So then, like, that's not undocumented immigration.
Okay, yeah. Now scratch that point. But yeah, I do still think it's true that they lowered it significantly.
Okay, but like, how did that materially benefit you?
How did the amount lower benefit me?
Yeah, how has it materially benefited you?
Well, you asked what like trends have we seen since he's gotten in office to make that more achievable. So I think the amount of people crossing over has lowered.
But
means
what
that I think
material benefit has that had on you?
mass deportation.
Yeah.
Well, I will say one, I just do like the fact that's national security purposes, but I also do.
What
think,
about national security has it benefited?
Well, just about like I think it's important to know who's in our country, right? I know she doesn't like her name.
What specific material benefit?
Well, I know this isn't the perfect analogy, but like if someone's in your house, and you know it's like a party, and you're having people come in your house. Would you rather like know who's in there, or who's not, or like what would you rather have?
I think that the way to ensure that you know more people are there is by making the legal process go quicker, to incentivize people to go through said legal process. I don't think that any of Trump's policies has actually led to better conditions for us being able to identify more people. I think that actually, if anything, it's put people in a circumstance where they're less likely to identify themselves to authorities or go through said legal process. Hell, they're going after people that have gone to their legal court dates.
So, I would like to say that there has been a major increase in self-deportations, people leaving by themselves. But also, I just have a question. What do you think's more achievable, mass deportation or mass amnesty? Like realistically.
Realistically, mass amnesty is the most achievable.
Really?
Not in terms
Because,
of getting elected, but in terms of a policy, in terms of being passed, right? It's more achievable to be able to write out a mass amnesty than it is to directly, specifically engage in mass deportation, because it's significantly more costly to engage in mass deportation, and there are significantly less benefits on our society.
I know it's more costly, but I haven't really seen any past Democrat presidents like try and implicate mass amnesty to the fullest effect. And I was just wondering
not
why.
to the fullest effect.
Yeah, I was just wondering why.
Well, because they just ideologically would disagree with it, or they think that it's not effective to be able to advocate for it to even get it passed in the first place.
So you think Biden disagreed with mass amnesty, or Biden or Obama or whoever?
Either they disagree with it, or they think it's not politically optic. Like it's not optically good politically.
Okay.
But DACA is a form of amnesty.
But
it's not like the mass amnesty policy I'm advocating for. What's up?
Can you refresh my mind on what DACA is again?
Yeah, it's for like children, right? Who were brought here when they were children.
Like a children type amnesty thing.
Yeah, people who were brought here when they're children, them just having a pathway to citizenship.
Okay, you know, I don't disagree with that like at all.
Mm-hmm.
So you think it's more achievable because honestly, I do think it's good for national security. I think Trump had a better chance at that. But if you're saying it's like a better chance of Kamala like running on mass amnesty and it working more, Kamala. Okay.
Okay. So given that you hear this now, like, what makes you think that you still support Trump?
Honestly, I will say I'd have to look, because you're kind of like changing my mind to not agree with mass deportation, but not like, or not like disagreeing with mass deportation, but I'm not entirely agreeing with mass amnesty. That's research I'm gonna have to do on my own.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you are changing my mind on that.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, that's the current Democratic position.
I don't know if you're like an expert on this, but what would you think? Like, can you go a little more depth into mass amnesty? Like, yeah, I know it's a pathway for residency and citizenship, but like, how would that work?
Well, the same way we have a pathway now would just allow for everyone to sort of like anyone who has not committed a violent crime or a bad enough crime to deport right, would be given a pathway to citizenship. You just literally engage in a policy that says, oh, you're given this particular policy. People will start to apply for it. They'll vet themselves and go through the same sort of legal process that everyone else is going through. They're just allowed to stay in the country.
Okay, that actually makes sense. Yeah, you changed my mind on Iran. Like I know gas prices are through the roof because of the Strait of Hormuz being closed down, but I thought they were imminent nuclear threat. I guess if you don't mind me asking, what did Kamala Harris run on for the border?
Yeah, the bipartisan border bill. It would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker. It was actually, like I would say, even a conservative-leaning bill because she was willing to compromise with Republicans in Congress in order to be able to get historic legislation done for the border. But the reason why it didn't end up following through is because Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine the passing of the bill so that the Democrats wouldn't get a win on the border. So if Donald Trump obviously lost, Harris were put in the position of presidency, she'd just be able to sign that into law because she would be able to get Democrats and Republicans to support it like they already did.
Okay, yeah. You probably changed my mind, honestly. Like I know Trump is like a terrible like person in his personal life, but I thought his policies kind of made up for that. But I guess I agree with you. Yeah.
Alrighty, for sure. Well, I appreciate you coming up then. Thank you so much.
All right. Appreciate it.
Have a great day. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's get this next person up here, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
How's it going, man? 36.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Why do you not support Trump?
He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing Eugene Carroll. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He denied the election results in 2020, incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, called them patriots. He called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders if you're given one. I can give countless examples as to why.
Good. You're reading off a prompt, but I'll go one by one.
Well, I didn't read off of anything. I just have these conversations.
Okay, let's start with the Eugene Carroll. Okay, so he apparently did this in the 1980s, right? 1990s, and yet they waited until he was a president to accuse him of it. Yeah, that's a little problematic. Second thing. He walked into the dressing room of women. You're such a fucking liar. He walked backstage. But here's what you don't like to do. You don't like to give the facts. He didn't walk into the dressing room. And you can go to the Howard Stern interview. He says he walked backstage. But I like how you don't give the actual facts of what occurred and you just give your perspective. So your first 2 points are shot down, right? So let me just go back. Eugene Carroll, apparently he molested Eugene Carroll in 1989 or 90s, but she accused him of it in 2000s. Yeah, okay, 10 years of whatever. Do you see why I have a problem with all your arguments?
So her name is E. Jean Carroll, just want to let you know, and it was 1995 to 1996, not 1989. Also, in terms of backstage, I just want to ask you a question real quick. Can you describe to me what a dressing room, like a woman's dressing room, would be like without saying women's
So why don't you just say backstage? Just say backstage.
Let me know when I can finish my statement.
Don't connect it up.
Sir, can you let me know when I can finish my statement?
Trump used. Use the words that Trump used. Wouldn't that be truthful? Why do you assimilate what you want to assimilate from it? Because what you're doing is you're leading the audience. Why don't you use the words that Trump uses? What did Trump say? Can you tell me what Trump said? What did he say?
Yeah,
What did he say?
Yeah, I'll play it for you in a second, but I'm asking you a question beforehand.
No. Let's just play the audio.
Sir, let me just ask this
You're
question. I know you don't want me to I know that you don't want me to let me argue this, but I just want you to run through this real quick. I'll play it for you. Just give me one quick second, okay? So, can you describe to me what a woman's dressing room would look like without saying women's dressing room?
Yeah, sure. A woman's dressing room would have a lock on the door. A woman's dressing room would have a sign on it that says "women's only." A woman's dressing room you would have to push through it. That's what a woman's dressing room, in my mind, would look like. Right? You would have to push through a door with a woman's sign on it that says "women's only." Is that a reasonable explanation of a woman's dressing room?
So, like, for example, we would expect it to be backstage. It's a woman's
Nope.
only area.
Backstage? Nope. You need a full room for that. It's a woman's dressing room. It's not backstage. No, absolutely not.
You don't think there are dressing rooms that are backstage?
Yeah, there are women's restrooms that are backstage.
Are there dressing rooms backstage?
Yes, there are.
Okay, so let me just clarify. Let me fully go through this, and then you can respond. Okay. So.
The people are already messaging me. They hate me, but I'm just calling out facts. So what did Trump say?
Okay. So let me just clarify. A woman's dressing room would be something that's like backstage. No men are around. It's women's only.
So would a men's dressing room?
Sir,
so
can
would a men's dressing room?
Sir, can I finish? Can I
too?
finish my statement, please,
sorry.
sir?
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So.
But just to be clear, you're trying to point Donald Trump into a bad narrative, but you're not using the actual words he said. So I just want to be clear about that. But go ahead. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Okay. All right. So again, what we would think a women's dressing room would be something where there is no men around. It's backstage. Women are dressing and or naked in this scenario. That's what you'd expect, correct? Those three things?
Well, can you repeat them? Sorry.
Yeah, for example, like no men are around.
Yes.
It's backstage. People are dressing.
Nope, not backstage. Backstage carries a lot of connotations to it. Absolutely not. But people are dressing? Nope. I actually acted in theater. So the second two items you listed are not correct. The first one's correct.
So okay, so
But
I already clarified. Sir, I already clarified with you.
Well, then
I promise you were gonna play it.
You
sir, I already,
you win.
sir,
You win.
I
So
already,
play the video.
Sir, I already clarified with you that some dressing rooms are backstage. So I was just adding another context to it.
Some are, but some aren't.
Would you agree that what I described specifically would describe?
Can you
let me ask you this
quantify
question.
someone as a sexual activity?
Hey, sir, I would love to have can you please have some level of control? Like, I would love to have a conversation with you. You're not having control right now. Okay. So would you say that what I described was a dressing room, a woman's dressing room?
No, I wouldn't.
Something that's backstage, a room where no men are there, right, and no men are allowed. We can also point to the fact that they're dressing and naked.
They are allowed. They're just not there. They are allowed. They're just not there. Backstage, they are allowed. There are people who are putting up the freaking thing. They're not. Of course, they're allowed.
So then
they're
let me
just not permitted.
So watch this. So then, why is Trump getting away with it?
Because he owns the freaking. He owned it.
But he claims he gets away with it, right? Like,
dude, did he go into a bathroom or not? Why don't you just do that?
It was in a bathroom. It was a changing room.
Oh, that's why you can't. Well, why don't you let Trump talk about it?
All right, I got you.
Play the video? Why don't you play the video? Why don't you play the video?
To do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure they're like
Hey, sir, can you have some self-control and let me play the whole clip without you cutting it off? Self-control, please.
Yeah. That's your obligation.
You know me and Dean. I beat Dean on this one, right?
Self-control, please.
I beat Dean on this.
Sir, can you have some self-control?
Yeah. What's your name again?
My name is Parker. It says in the top left of your phone screen.
I beat Dean on this, right? Okay.
I doubt you did. Can you please have some self-control and be quiet for the 15 seconds I have to play the clip for?
You're being very calm, so yeah. Me and Dean.
I'm being way too nice to you. If you don't start acting like an adult, I won't continue it. So
you're being nice to me because I'm beating you. But go ahead.
You haven't beat me on a single point. Okay, I've been incredibly nice.
He owns the freaking conference.
Okay, you cut me off one more time, and you act like this one more time. I won't treat you as nicely as I'm treating you right now. If you want to continue to be treated nicely, please have some self-control and let me play the clip without having to mute you. Okay? I'm going to unmute you. If you can't have self-control, I will not treat you with the same level of respect. This is your last warning. Unmute yourself, click the microphone in the bottom right, and you can respond. Are you now going to listen? Yes or no? Sir, you have to click the microphone in the bottom right.
I gotcha. Yeah, I understand.
You'll listen?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you play the video over again where Trump said everything?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I can't
Sorry,
say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay. So let's just clarify. It's not just this. There's also multiple victims that have come out and talked about the fact that Donald Trump would walk into the changing rooms in the dressing rooms while they were changing. So not only was this something that Donald Trump said that he did explicitly and explained how it was a changing room, everything about a changing room without saying explicitly changing room, but also, right, it was corroborated by people that he walked into the changing room when they were dressing.
Your name's Parker, right? Parker?
Yes.
Parker? So, Parker, I don't care about your emotion. I don't care about your feelings. If you take this in front of a judge, what would he say? Would he say that he's in a dressing room, or would he say that he's backstage?
They would say they're backstage in a dressing room.
No.
If you have eyewitness testimony, if you have Donald Trump admitting to it and explaining exactly what it is, any reasonable person would tell you that the logical conclusion from that was that Donald Trump was barging into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where there were two girls as young as 18 years old that said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms.
Parker, did he commit a crime? Or no?
I don't think that this qualified specifically as a crime under the law, but I do think it should qualify as a crime under the law.
Well,
and by the way,
you're a liberal.
And by the way, I can give you the convicted felonies that he's convicted of.
Can you say
I can give you him being held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll.
We can talk about
and yet you decide to ignore all of those facts, even though they indicate that Donald Trump has violated the law, sir.
No, we're talking about this. So you don't think that this is a crime that he did? Do you think it's a crime or not?
I think it should be. I think it should be considered a crime.
So based on the information that you received, is it a crime or not?
Under the current law, or under what I think the law should be?
No, I don't care what you think it should be. You're gonna think it's a bullshit law. Under the current law, is this a crime? What he just said.
No, but you know that the Nazis said the exact. Listen, sir. Listen. You know that
the Nazis.
Listen, watch. Nazi.
Dean's a better arguer than you.
You're not listening. You're not listening, sir. So Nazi officials made that exact same argument in the Nuremberg trials. They argued because it wasn't illegal within the country where it was committed, or because there wasn't. Please let me finish.
Oh my God.
Please let me finish.
No, I'm not going to let you finish. You can come.
Okay, I will mute you then. I mean, if you're just going to act like a petulant child,
You're comparing him to a Nazi?
Listen, you're not listening to the content of what I'm
That's
explaining.
Bullshit.
I'm actually comparing the reasoning. So listen in, right? Have some self-control. Listen in. It's going to be okay. Put your listening ears on, okay? So Nazis specifically said that because there was international law at the time, and because there was no law within Germany saying that it was illegal, that means that they shouldn't have been held accountable for it. And we argued, based upon our own argumentation, that that's not reasonable because the first person who specifically was being charged with murder, who committed murder prior to there being laws for this, could not have used it as a defense in the context of the courtroom that no one has been convicted of murder yet, therefore he shouldn't be convicted of murder. That would be a ridiculous argument. So clearly, right, the reasoning is not something that we accept in the Nuremberg trials, and the reasoning isn't something that we would accept now. Just because something isn't deemed to be illegal right now doesn't mean it shouldn't be considered illegal.
He walked backstage in his own pageant, and you want to make him look like a Nazi. Okay, you win.
Are you going to run away because you don't want to actually intellectually engage
I'm
in
not
what I said?
going to run away. No, you win.
You're gonna leave.
You win. No, you win. I'm not gonna leave. Can we talk about the next topic?
You said I want. So you admit that you lost the debate.
No, I'm not going to argue with you. This guy owns the pageant. This guy walks backstage. If you think you just admitted that the law didn't agree with rape or any type of thing. You just admitted that. And if you don't agree with that, he didn't commit a crime. I can't logically argue with you. Like, at least Dean would let me argue with him. You're saying, no, we have no logical argument. So I don't know.
That's not what I said.
I'm not running away. I'm not running away. Sir, I'm just saying we don't agree with what we're talking about here.
What are you saying? Anything that I said, Dean would say the same thing. Okay, I don't know what you're trying to argue there. Secondly, if you want to address what I've brought up in terms of the.
Do you think he committed a crime by walking backstage?
I just told you it's not designated as.
Is it yes or no? Is it yes or no?
I already told you it's not currently.
Is it yes or no? Is it yes or no? Is it yes or no?
No, it's not currently designated as a crime, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't be a crime.
Thank you. And you don't know what happened.
But that doesn't mean that he shouldn't be held accountable for it. I have a question. Okay, like for example, if you were in a
you're asking me questions.
Watch this. If you were in a relationship with someone and they cheated on you, and they used as a defense that it's not illegal, would you say that that's like a good argument for why you should stay with them, or why you should like not think that they did something wrong?
Absolutely not.
Obviously, they still did something wrong, even though it's not illegal, right?
He didn't do anything wrong, though. He walked backstage in his own pageant.
So you don't think sexually exploiting women with girls as young as
backstage? If I own a pageant, I can walk backstage at my willy-nilly too.
Wow,
you didn't do anything wrong.
You're very disgusting. So let's just clarify. You think that it's totally justified for people who are owners of pageants to walk into the changing rooms of girls as young as 15 years old who are changing?
Let's stop your ears. He did not walk into their bathrooms or their changing rooms.
He admitted to it. Not only did the victims come out and say that he walked into the changing rooms, but he explicitly admitted himself and described exactly what a changing room is. And if you can't engage with that, that's because you are not willing to acknowledge anything that Trump has done that's wrong. Because he actively admitted it in the video we already played for you.
I'll argue the next topic.
Because you can't argue this.
No, I can. You just told me that he didn't commit a crime. You just told me.
That doesn't mean that he did nothing wrong.
Hey, what's your name? Dean Parker? Did he commit a crime?
My name's Parker. I know it's hard for you to remember that. Again, just because someone didn't commit a crime doesn't mean what.
No, he didn't. Let's go to the.
Just because he didn't commit a crime doesn't mean that he didn't do something immoral, right? In something that you shouldn't support him based upon.
I agree with you, but I need to see your facts. Okay.
I already provided them for you.
Your facts are he walked backstage to his own stage that he owns. Okay, well that's not enough for me, buddy.
Okay, so I have a question. So if your daughter was changing and she's 15 years old and changing, you'd be okay with Donald Trump barging into her changing room?
If my daughter was changing backstage in a public place, I would say, what the fuck are you doing? First off. Secondly,
if she's changing in a changing room, what the fuck are you doing?
You don't let me finish. Secondly, my daughter knows that she needs to be in a bathroom with a locker, you dumb fuck. A locker, right? So here's the problem. You're trying to connect backstage with dressing room. You're trying to do that.
Is backstage in public?
If I go backstage in a scene, are there lockers backstage? No, there's not.
It depends on where you are backstage. And I think that backstage where they're describing they are backstage is a dressing room because it's where no men are. It's where women are changing and they're getting ready. And like you're just not willing to acknowledge that because your emotions are too high. You're very emotional. You constantly have to play like this whole card that you're not going to believe people regardless unless they're Donald Trump. Right, and you're going to sit there and blame victims for no fucking reason, right? You're literally sitting there and saying that it was in public. By the way, let me ask you this question: if your 15-year-old daughter, answer this question: if your 15-year-old daughter was in these changing rooms when Donald Trump barged in,
if my daughter was changing backstage, yeah, I would say, "What the fuck are you doing?"
So you'd blame your daughter. You'd blame your daughter for Donald Trump barging in while she's changing.
No, because my daughter wouldn't be changing
so then would you blame...
My daughter wouldn't be changing backstage.
It's a changing room. It's literally a changing room.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Play the fucking video. Play the video.
Dude, I've literally told you. I know you're emotional right now, But I've told you multiple times.
I know you want to pin Donald Trump.
You're very emotional and you lack self-control. So I've told you multiple times
you're
that the
stopping my
victims
talk.
came out and corroborated Trump's statements and talked about how Donald Trump was barging into the changing rooms when they were changing. So if you're unwilling to accept eyewitness accounts, multiple, by the way.
What did Donald Trump say? Did he say backstage?
He said backstage, where people are changing, where no men are, where people are naked. They're getting ready. Dude, you watched the Cam Higbee video? You watched Cam Higbee make a video, and you just repeat that same talking point over and over again without even knowing what it means.
I don't know what to say.
You keep repeating the same thing over and over again. It's so cringe, dude. It's actually embarrassing. Any reasonable person can look at what you're saying right now and realize that you're not a rational human being with the ability to critically think about basic things that can indicate that someone did something wrong. Let me ask you this. Let's actually here because I don't think that this would be watch this. I'm gonna frame a different argument for you. Do you believe the victim?
Someone
Watch
touched
this.
you stuff. Okay,
Watch this.
go ahead.
Watch this. Do you believe the victims of Epstein that got settlements with the from the Epstein estate about their accusations towards Epstein? Do you believe their accusations to be true against Epstein?
What are you reading, dude?
I'm not reading anything.
Do I believe that they're true? Yeah, I do believe it's true.
Okay. So anyone who got a settlement with the Epstein estate that accuses Epstein of wrongdoing, you believe them. Okay. Well, Jane Doe 4 accused Epstein.
Hold on. Let me. Hold on. Don't put words in my mouth.
Okay.
Do I believe that the Epstein circumstances that it should be looked into? Yes, I do. Do I believe that they're true? I gotta look into every single one.
So you do.
But
So let me clarify the question. Okay. So do you believe it to be true? Right, the accusations that survivors of Epstein made that got settlements with the Epstein estate.
Do I believe that they got settlements?
No. Do you believe their accusations to be true because of the fact that they got settlements?
If they got settlements, no, I don't believe it to be true. I believe that they had enough evidence to acquit themselves from their circumstances.
So you think the victims of Epstein are lying? That got settlements with the Epstein estate?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say they were lying. I said that they posed their posture against someone, and someone else decided to pay them off, and without going to trial. I don't believe they're true.
It's the Epstein estate. Sir, it's the Epstein estate. So the victims of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate, you believe that they're lying?
No, I don't believe they're lying.
Okay, so then you believe that they're telling the truth. You believe it's true.
Are you serious, dude? Have you ever went to trial and someone pleads guilty, but then they plead for a lower case? They don't plead guilty. They don't plead innocent. You give them a fucking trial, and it's a medium zone. So what are you fucking doing with me here?
The accusations were deemed to be credible. That's why they got settlements with the Epstein estate. That's why they got money. I'm just saying, do you believe the accusations from the victims? Like, dude, this is very clear. Like, the fact that you can't say that you believe that you don't believe the victims of Epstein.
What are the accusations?
Well, you'd have to look into them. You didn't look into them at all. You're saying before you've even looked into them that you don't believe them.
You're bombarding me with a fucking question.
Wait, so do you believe Epstein is a predator?
Epstein victims.
Yes, I
do.
Okay.
Yes, I can give that. Yeah, I can give you a firm yes. But did I look into the accusation of the victims? No. I did not.
Okay, so if you haven't looked into them, but yet you do believe that some of the accusations are true, then you believe it to be true based upon the fact that there is a determination by the courts or by the law or something independent of what you're saying that's going to indicate it to be true, and then you're going to believe
you suck at your job. You suck at your job.
I think I'm great at my job.
I confirm.
What do you mean? Wait, hold up. Smack. I think all the people who come here and support me every single day, they think otherwise. Right, your whole claim here, I suck at my job.
Right.
I'm proving you wrong, and you're only saying that because you're mad that I'm dunking on you. Actually, that's evidence to me that I'm doing great at my job, and that is actually evidence that every single person who, again, supports me, that thinks the very same thing, that they're vindicated in being right as well, and that you're wrong.
Yeah, right.
How does it feel to be wrong?
So to answer your question...
How does it feel to be wrong? Does it hurt the fifis in your tum-tum?
No, this is fun. It's fun. So to answer your question...
The calmest he's been on stream so far, by the way.
So ask me the question again.
Yeah, do you believe it to be true, the accusations that victims of Epstein made against Epstein, right? I'm not. I literally just explained it to you, and by the way, that's not even a
Do
problem.
I think that the Go ahead.
Wait, didn't you just stutter after claiming that I should stop stuttering?
Go ahead.
How many beers have you had tonight, sir?
Just water, big dog.
Really? I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Was that water spiked?
Was that just spiked? Yeah.
It sounds like it was spiked.
What was your question about Epstein?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you believe the accusations to be true that victims of Epstein made that got settlements with the Epstein estate?
I do.
You do? You do believe it to be true? Okay. So then you also do believe it to be true, the accusation that they made against Epstein that he trafficked her to Trump, which also implicates Trump. You believe that accusation to be true as well because the person who made that accusation got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
You serious, dude?
Mm-hmm.
Can you repeat the question?
So you laughed like it was a bad argument, but you don't even remember the argument?
I laugh because you're trying to trap me into something that's fucking dumb.
How is it dumb?
Repeat the question.
I'm just asking, how is it dumb? You claimed it was dumb? How is it dumb?
Well, okay. No, guess what? I didn't understand it. I'm stupid. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I got you. So you said you believe it to be true that victims of Epstein, the victims of Epstein that made accusations against him and that got settlements with the Epstein estate. So if you believe that to be true, then you believe the accusation made by Jane Doe 4 against Epstein, or towards Epstein, that he trafficked her to Donald Trump, which implicates Trump, right, to be true, because again, this is a person that got a settlement with the Epstein estate, right, for their accusations against Epstein. So you believe that to be true?
Oh, no. I don't know what the fuck you just did there. Can you just ask me a question?
Wow, you didn't follow that at all?
No, I didn't.
You
didn't follow that at all.
Do you need me to go through it again?
Yeah, go through it again.
Okay. So you believe, right, it to be true, the accusations that victims of Epstein that have made against Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate. So then I then asked you the question, right, or I then made the point that then if you believe that, you also are going to believe Jane Doe 4 that made an accusation against Epstein, right, that he trafficked her to Donald Trump, which implicates Donald Trump, right? Okay. And since that implicates Donald Trump, you would then believe that to be true about Donald Trump because it's an accusation that she made about Epstein, which you said the accusations against Epstein you believe to be true because this person got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
All right, you win.
So no response, no actual argument in response.
I don't even know what you're asking.
Are you seriously that drunk you can't respond?
What is the premise of your question,
Dude, I've literally repeated it 3 times very calmly to you. There's no way that you can't follow what I'm saying. You know that it cooked you. You know that I've destroyed you with the argument, and that's why you're playing dumb.
No, do it one more time. One more time.
Why? I've already done it 3 times. To me, that just sounds like insanity if I were to repeat it again, because you're not going to understand it again. So you're purposefully misunderstanding it to literally not engage with my argument.
In the Epstein files?
Can you admit that you've been cooked?
Can you repeat it one more time?
Yes, I actually can. So you believe it to be true, the accusations that victims of Epstein made against Epstein because they got settlements with the Epstein estate. If you do believe that to be true, then you also believe Jane Doe 4's accusation against Epstein, who got a settlement with the Epstein estate, by the way, right, about how Epstein trafficked her to Trump. Okay, that's an accusation she made about Epstein. She's a survivor of Epstein that got a settlement with the Epstein estate. You said there are accusations, you believe them to be true. Therefore, you believe this accusation to be true, and it implicates Trump. Watch. Can you repeat the question? Are you going to say that again? Think of the galaxy.
Jane Doe 4?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I should totally trust someone who has nothing to do with the president of the United States. Okay. No, I can't defend. No, to answer your question, no, I can't defend Jane Doe 4. No, you win. I can't defend Jane Doe 4's accusations.
So you believe them to be false? You think she's lying?
I don't think she's false. I don't think she's true, but I can't defend them.
Okay, so you don't believe her, but you said you do believe the victims of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate. So then you do believe her.
No, I don't.
What? Why not? What's the relevant difference between her case and other victims that means you accept what other victims are saying, but you don't accept what she's saying? Is it just because it implicates Trump?
I don't accept what other victims are saying. I don't accept either.
So you don't accept any of the victims' accusations against Epstein?
Not unless it's proven in court.
So if they got a settlement with the Epstein estate, you don't believe their accusation?
No, I don't. Not unless it's proven in court.
Okay, isn't the settlement like kind of evidence that it was proven enough to say that they would just take the settlement?
No, it's not. It's not proven. No, it's not proven in court.
Okay.
It's just evidence that we don't want to spend the money to have to deal with this bullshit. It's not guilty like you want to proceed. No, it's not.
Obviously, there are plenty of cases where settlements are absolutely evidence that someone's guilty. There are countless circumstances where that's true, but not only is that true, but also here with the settlement does determine it to be true. You actually even acknowledged that earlier, and in doing that, you kind of disprove the point you're making right now, and the only reason you backed off on that is because you realize that it implicates Trump. You realize that I absolutely cooked you in this argument. You realize that you have no intellectual capability to respond to anything I've actually said, and you're too much of a potato to actually come up with an actual argument.
Ask Dean about me.
What's that?
Ask Dean about me.
Yeah, he said he dog walked you. He said that you're nuts. He said you're the biggest crash out ever. And you're potato brained. A potato has more neurons firing within it than your brain.
Bro, I just fucking told you. Like, we don't fucking prosecute people.
What the hell? What are you talking about? Yes, there absolutely were prosecutions. What are you talking about?
No.
Smack, are you actually serious right now? There's no way you're a real human being. Like, dude, come on.
Right.
I need you to engage with my argument. You realized I proved you wrong, and this is your biggest coping mechanism right now.
What was your realization of proving me wrong? Go ahead.
Did you just ask me to repeat it again? Like after I said he was going to do it?
Yeah.
Smack. I think you were too smacked to have this conversation, sir.
Bro, I just fucking proved you.
You are way too smacked to have this conversation. Dude, I could take 1,000 milligrams, and I'd be more coherent than you right now.
No,
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
No, you wouldn't. Come on. Bring another one up. Come on.
I'm going to kick you, Smack. You're a waste of time.
All right, big dog.
Go drink some electrolytes. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, this guy's insane, isn't he? As well as thank you for the $2. And Ruben, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Eli, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nico, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. That's actually amazing. Thank you so much. It is so crazy, isn't it? Catherine as well. Thank you for the $5. Derek with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I do on Twitch. As well as Taylor, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I have some people to thank over on YouTube, but let's make sure to get this next person up here first. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I should be on live for an hour and 12 more minutes, everybody, just letting y'all know. An hour and 12 more minutes, just letting everyone know. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, no way. I didn't think I'd get on. What's up, Parker?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, marginally, yeah.
Okay, like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Just for transparency, I'm on a green card basis. I'm on a nationalization program with work. So, I wouldn't be credible to vote in the last election, but I'm credible to vote in the next election.
Okay, but do you support Trump? Like if the election were held today and you could vote Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd say Trump just marginally, but
Okay,
like I have
but
my
why?
reasons. Do you know what I like? What I really want to say, Parker, is free Palestine, man. I just want to say free Palestine.
Okay, I agree. I'm just looking for some debates, though. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 20.
Do you support
Hold on,
Trump?
let me pause this TV so you can hear me. Yes.
If the
Yeah,
election
I
was
wouldn't say I'm completely MAGA, but I would say that I am right-leaning. I do support a lot of the
okay,
things he does.
if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Well, legally speaking, probably Kamala because I don't think he.
Kamala? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. 18 plus, Trump supporter, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I voted for Trump in the previous election. I live in Texas at the moment, but I have been a citizen of the United Kingdom for a while.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, 100%.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
And
actually, what time is it?
What time is it? It's 11:25.
Okay, and can you tell me 2 states that border Texas?
Sorry?
Can you tell me 2 states that border Texas?
I'm a bit geographically stupid, to be honest with you. I couldn't tell you right now off the bat of my head. Like, geographically, I'm...
Can you name the capital of Texas?
No.
Can you name 2 cities in Texas?
No.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. Thank you so much for having me. Okay, so...
Do you support Trump?
Actually, I do.
Okay, if the election were held today...
I do because he's like a visionary.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Well, I'm not living in the States, so...
You don't live in the States?
Well, no, I'm European.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? They actually said in the comment section, "Did you just kick me because I'm European?" You should read the criteria right here. It says only request if 18 plus, USA only, currently MAGA, you've never debated me before, and you are also ready to debate. So only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Parker, man?
I'm assuming they don't meet that criteria. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
08.
Okay, and what month?
March 20th.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump? Or actually, wait, no, I have some people to think over on YouTube, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second. If you're on YouTube, by the way, everyone...
Wait, hold on. Is it okay if I, record it so I can, look at it later?
You could just look at my YouTube later. I am recording.
Bet. All right.
It'd be better quality anyway.
Okay, yeah, I'll just drop you a follow there.
All right, let me thank some people real quick, then we can move on. Ando, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give us a W for them in the comment section right now for troll disposal compensation fee. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Trevor with the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Jesus King, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I actually think I already responded to that. Thank you. Daxon, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Kate, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you. So I've worked in local pageants. The dressing rooms aren't big enough for all the women in their clothes. The dressing area is the entirety of the backstage. And yes, they do do get entirely undress between outfit changes. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Katie as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Silver, thank you so much for the $2. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Silver, thank you for the $2. Thank you. True. As well as Andrew, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Silver, thank you for the $2. And then Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I think I am fully caught up. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as well as if you want to support me for free, make sure to tap that screen if you're here on TikTok. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes if we possibly can. I think right now we're currently at, let me see real quick. We are currently at, actually, let's try to get to 3,000 likes. We're currently at 2,200 likes. That's pretty sick. Thank you so much, everybody. That's actually incredible. Thank you. We're so far ahead. As well as Patrick, thank you for the $5.55 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, I just mainly have an issue with like the whole Epstein files thing and like how Kamala Harris was like in there and all. Like she was seen with like Albert Krismar, Cody Martinez, and then like Joe Cerruti and like these people.
The person who trolls me, who's just gonna like name a bunch of their friends. So let's just go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, 26.
Do you support
can you
Trump?
debate my dad?
Yeah, is he there with you?
So me and him just had like a heated debate, and I was just wondering what time you're gonna be on tomorrow because I'm gonna try and get him on here.
For sure, I'll be on in the morning. I should be on at 9 a.m. Pacific time. I'll be on for at least 4 hours.
All right, cool. Because yeah, he just like lost his shit. So I'm like, I'm not gonna get him on here tonight. And he was like, I'm not debating Parker. Get a job. Blah blah blah. So
Okay, well, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow then. Appreciate you very much. Alrighty. Let's go into the next individual here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, Parker.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
For sure.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
For Trump.
And what's your birth year?
1995.
And how old are you?
I'm 31.
Okay, and what month were you born?
March.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because there are so many crazy leftist lunatics like you.
Okay, how am I a quote-unquote crazy leftist lunatic?
Because you're saying that people coming here undocumented should be given a pathway to citizenship. That's just ridiculous.
Why? If they haven't committed a violent crime or any serious crime, why would that be ridiculous?
So any other countries, you go there, you overstay, you either get it deported or like a huge fine. But here, you come here undocumented, illegally, you get a pathway to citizenship.
Yeah, if you haven't committed a violent crime or a serious crime, you should be given a pathway to citizenship. I see no issue with that. I don't see how that's crazy. What negative impact would that have on our society?
I was watching your recordings on YouTube. Somehow they recommended to me, and I cannot believe that I just heard like you say something like that. That's just crazy to me.
How is it crazy?
How is it not crazy? You go to a country, you overstay, you get kicked out, and then here you're given a passport. How is it not crazy?
That's not what's happening right now. That's what I'm saying. What should happen, and just because in other countries this law doesn't exist, doesn't mean it shouldn't exist in our country.
So you wanted to set a precedent in the whole world that America is going to be the first one if you come here undocumented, and then you're going to
immigration is very positive for our economy. Over the past 30 years, immigration has led to an increase in the GDP size by, or decrease in the deficits by $14.5 trillion. That's a hell of a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm not arguing immigration itself is bad. Legal immigration is bad because I am an immigrant. I'm an immigrant myself, and I think it's a good thing, But you have to come here legally. So what the hell do you want them to come here undocumented, and then as a reward you're going to give them a passport? Like what the fuck is wrong with you?
I don't see the problem. It should be quick. There should be a quick legal process, and undocumented immigrants who haven't committed a bad crime, any serious crime or any violent crime, they should be given a pathway to citizenship. That'd be better for the country, better for our economy, better in terms of crime rates. It would ensure more people are vetted in the country.
Like what kind of message are you sending out to those people like who want to come to the country? Like what kind of
That we're the
message are you
land of the
sending to
free,
them?
the land of opportunity, and you can come here for a better life.
Yeah, come here legally, like a
Yeah,
lot
but
of
like
people
that
do.
provides the people a quick legal pathway and ensures that immigration not only is going to carry us into the 22nd century, right, in terms of the largest economy, but also is
You,
going to
you
ensure that we can maintain economic growth in the long run because the fact that we've had below replacement rates in terms of fertility rates for a long time and a lot of the baby boomers are retiring, right? So we're reducing the level of productive capacity of our economy because a smaller overall percentage of our population is working. That's why our labor force participation rate is declining. And immigrants coming to our country actually have a higher labor force participation rate.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I am for immigration, but for legal immigration.
Okay, I understand, but my process is legal immigration. It's just making the legal
Your
immigration
process is
process.
is dog shit.
How?
How is it not? What kind of message are you sending to those people who are currently like not in the US but want to come to the US right now?
Sir, I already
Like
answered
they're
your
gonna be
question,
like,
sir.
no, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. We're the land of the free. We're the land of opportunity. You can come here for the American dream. Immigration
Oh
not
yeah,
only
so
benefits the
we
immigrants coming
can
here, but also the people who are already here in this country.
right. We can just cancel all the visa programs, right? Like cancel all the embassies. Like just come here, walk right in. Welcome. Here's your passport.
No, it's not. It's not that you get citizenship right away. It's that you have a pathway to citizenship where you can stay in the country.
Jesus Christ.
There's
I
still a
just find
vetting
that,
process.
I consider myself liberal, but you are like very like so far gone. Like really.
Okay. Well, I mean, regardless of whether you think that, I'm not the one who's running for political office. Kamala Harris wanted to criminalize undocumented entry, but wanted to make the legal process go quicker. So why would you choose to not vote for Kamala Harris? Because you dislike me.
Because under Harris and Biden, there were like at least like 5 million illegals crossing into the U.S. through the border.
Less than 4
And that
million
is just
undocumented immigrants came in the country. Also, that's not because of the Biden-Harris administration policy. It's because of economic insecurity that existed all around the world due to global inflation. And by the end of the
oh yes,
Biden-Harris
yes, yes, yes,
administration,
yes.
there were lower daily crossings on a daily average compared to the end of Trump's first administration. So the border
Oh
that
yeah.
Biden handed over to Trump is actually more secure than the border he inherited from Trump.
Yeah, I heard about this, like you're talking about this, and I think that's just, stupid. You
You
have a
say
lot of
everything I view
illegal
is stupid,
crossings,
but you
and then
can't
you
actually
blame
demonstrate
you
that.
blame it on the global economy, okay? And then when
I
there is
referenced global
basically
trends because of the global pandemic
okay,
causing
then
supply chain
who's
effects. Yeah, that's a fact.
all right, then who should take credits for like the status quo right now, where there's like basically no illegal crossing right now?
Well, I would say that specifically, Trump has created worse off conditions within our country, so less people want to come here. That's not just true for undocumented immigration. That's also true for tourism. That's also true for illegal immigration. So I think that's actually just because he's made the conditions in our country worse off, right? Not because he's made it better off.
See what I'm talking about? See how I'm talking about like you're crazy, you're
How am
such
I
a
crazy?
lunatic. So
Because I
there
dunk
are
on you in debates, because I can prove you
nah,
wrong and explain
there are
why.
5 million illegal crossings, but
Less
it's
than
not
4
their
million.
fault.
Less than 4 million. And again, immigration is very positive to our economy.
What do you mean there's less than 4? There are more than 5 million. Get your numbers right.
No, but less than 4 million change. Look at Pew Research. They have determinations in terms of undocumented immigrants, the numbers of how many are undocumented in our country. Trump
there were
claimed
more
like
than
20,
2
30
million.
million, which is a total lie. And you
There
already
were
acknowledged
two
that's a lie because you said 5
there were
million.
two okay. There were more than 2 million illegal crossings in 2022, and then in 2023 there were also more than 2 million, and then in 2024 the number dropped a little bit, is 1.5 million.
Sir, you know that people just crossing into the country is not evidence of people staying in our country?
Those are the people
Or
who
that they
crossed
were
the border
allowed to come into
illegally.
our country? You know that, like, the encounters that you're referencing at the border, not everyone stays in your country.
Yeah, but they enter the country illegally. They don't have to stay here forever to commit a crime.
Wait, the population of undocumented immigrants went up by less than 4 million.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not. That's according to Pew Research. You
Yes,
can cope.
go ahead
I
and
know
look
that
at
your
I'm looking at
fifis
it
and your
right now.
tum-tum, I know your fifis and your tum-tum hurt, but that's the facts.
I'm looking at it right now, and it says I'm right.
Oh, Pew Research?
Yes. Go to the title. Migrant encounters at the U.S.-Mexico border.
It's not encounters. Look up Pew Research, undocumented immigrant population.
I'm looking at the article right now, and it says there are more than 5 million people entering the country illegally.
No, look at the population.
Under the Biden
look at population.
administration.
If you look at population, it says that there's 14 million undocumented immigrants in the country, and it went from 10.5 million to 14 million. That's less than 4 million.
Anyways, so you think it's a good thing? Even if there was like only 4 million people, you think it's good?
I think that's better than what we have under Trump. I think that facilitated better conditions. I think undocumented immigrants are not a threat to our undocumented immigrants are not this big threat to our society. And under the Democrats' administrations, we are prioritizing going after those that have actually committed violent crimes and bad crimes, not just people who are coming here for a better life. We acknowledge that if the legal process were quicker, that more people that have come through the process undocumented would have gone through said legal process.
Yes, you say that it's not that bad because you have not experienced, something personally.
Okay. What material negative impact have you experienced because of undocumented immigration?
I think the society, the entirety of society suffers as a whole if there is no law and order. Don't you agree?
Sir, you voted for a convicted felon held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. Would you like to tell me specifically how it materially has benefited you, sir?
The entirety of society will benefit if people come here legally.
How is undocumented immigration negatively impacted you materially?
I don't need that to affect me personally, but the society as a whole.
Wait, so you said I don't believe this because it hasn't impacted me personally. Bro, it hasn't impacted you personally either. So what the fuck are you talking about? I think the evidence of the fact that it hasn't impacted you personally is kind of evidence of my point. I can point to things that have impacted you personally because of Trump's administration, i.e. tariffs. Right? It increased the prices of consumer products. Inflation would have been below pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Donald Trump never imposed tariffs in the first place, according to the Federal Reserve report that came out recently.
That's just ridiculous. I like how you can just pivot something that's so obvious and then turn into something that I obviously don't stand for. It's just ridiculous. It's so obvious that the illegal crossing numbers are down, and then you think Trump doesn't deserve any credit for it, despite the fact that
it hasn't impacted you in any negative way. Undocumented immigration is not negatively impacting you. You got fear-mongered. You got fear-mongered into thinking something was a big problem when it wasn't that big of a problem. You got fear-mongered. You got misinformed. You got brainwashed by Trump and his cult. You are not actually believing anything based upon evidence, based upon facts, or based upon anything that meaningfully impacts you in your life. And then you voted for someone that has negatively impacted you on a personal level. Your gas prices are higher right now. GDP growth is lower right now. Real median wage growth is lower right now than what it was when Biden was in office. Job growth is worse off than when Biden was in office. Real domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration so far. Right? Trump has made billions off of the position of the presidency. Trump has literally been violating the law, not releasing all of the Epstein files, even though he's legally obligated to do so. Trump is saying that he's not going to listen to the War Powers Act that literally he's legally obligated to follow just because he doesn't feel like it.
When you ask me, was I personally affected? But the answer is no, I am not. But other people have, people like what's
like the 10 million people cut off their access to health insurance through Medicaid through the big beautiful bill. The 420,000 kids cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. The 2.5 million people cut off their access to food stamps on average every month. The 14 million people that will die over the next 10 years because of the lack of U.S. aid funding that the Trump administration cut. What about any of those things?
What about Lincoln Riley's family? Huh?
That told you to stop bringing up her name? What policy has Trump? What policy would have Trump passed that would have prevented that from happening? Because undocumented immigrants have still killed people when Trump's in office.
The fact that there is like minimum illegal crossing right now, don't you think?
But there's still undocumented immigrants that have killed people under Trump's watch. Do you blame Trump for all of those deaths?
I don't blame Trump for all those stats, but
why not?
But who are those people? Like, what are the time when they enter the country? They must have entered the country under Biden because 5 million people. Come on.
Well, actually, I just want to clarify. I was talking about, like, even if we want to reference Trump's first term, for example, because in his first term, he didn't cause the level of reduction in crossings that you're referencing. Actually, under his first term, crossings doubled comparative to Obama.
There are like 5 million people walking in the American streets right now, and we don't even know who they are. That's just so ridiculous. And you're up for that. You're like, oh, give them a pathway to citizenship.
Yeah, if you haven't committed a violent crime or serious crime, yeah.
They have. I mean,
you're just a snowflake that doesn't want to actually care about benefiting your country, and instead you vote for policies that disenfranchise the average American at the behest of a corrupt orange man in the Oval Office that is literally sexually abused people.
Yeah, the fact that I'm actually here speaking to you right now means I care so much about this country because
no, it doesn't.
Clearly you don't.
You care to undermine this country.
You don't.
Trump's undermining our Constitution, our rule of law, our democracy, our core fundamental American values, and you literally are clapping it on. He is the most anti-American president in the modern era, and you're clapping it on.
Let me ask you, what will Trump benefit? When he advocates for like a strong border, what will he benefit?
A distraction, gets elected. He quite literally, for example,
why would he get
he called for people in Congress
for saying
he
that?
called
Answer
for
my
people
question.
he called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill under the Democrats' administration because he didn't want the Democrats to get a win on the border. Why'd he do that? If he cares so much about actually addressing the conditions of the border, he's not just using it as a thing to fearmonger people into voting for him, then explain to me why he undermined that bipartisan border bill, which is historic levels of congressional legislation, right, and negotiation that hasn't been done in 30 years for the level of negotiation relating to immigration.
I don't know anything about that, so I have to get it checked.
He said blame it on me if the border bill fails. Because he didn't want the Democrats to get a win, because he cared more about running on the border being an issue than actually fixing the conditions at the border.
Yeah, if the Democrats are so serious about the border security, why haven't they been advocating for it when
they were. I just told you the bipartisan border bill. Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet?
Give me one video.
Do you want to bet?
Give me one video. The degree that Kamala Harris or Biden made a comment about the border situation, like the way Trump did. Tell me. Where is it?
Watch.
Administration worked on the most significant border security bill in decades. Some of the most conservative Republicans in Washington, D.C. supported the bill. Even the Border Patrol endorsed it. It was all set to pass. But at the last minute, Trump directed his allies in the Senate to vote it down. He tanked the bipartisan deal because he thought it would help him win an election. Which goes to show Donald Trump does not care about border security. He only cares about himself. And when I am president, I will work to actually solve the problem. So here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the border security bill that Donald Trump killed, and I will sign it into law.
Okay, those are just words, but okay.
I you said, can you give me any clip of her saying that she was going to do this like how Trump did? I give you an exact clip of her doing so, and you say, oh, that's just words. That's what you asked for, my guy. And it's just words because you didn't vote for her, because you voted against her. What are you talking about?
We were talking about different things. Okay.
Oh, come on. You're being dishonest. You're being so dishonest. What did you ask me for?
She's saying that if you come here illegally, you need to get out, like the way Trump did. Where did
Wait,
she say that?
she said don't come here to people specifically. And also, by the way, I just gave you an example of her saying that she wanted to pass the bipartisan border bill and that she would address the problem. You said give me a single clip of her saying that she would address the problem. I literally gave you a clip of her exactly saying that. And you're like, oh, it's just her saying that. Dude, that's what you asked for. You are just moving the goalpost because I proved you wrong.
No, you didn't.
I did. I blatantly proved you wrong. Admit it.
If she is so marvelous, then why there were like more than 5 million illegal crossings under her?
You're just repeating this. You're just repeating the same point because of economic.
You didn't answer the question though.
Yeah, because of economic insecurity around the world due to global inflation, because of supply chain issues related to the pandemic, had nothing to do with things that she did. What did she do that caused that? Tell me.
Oh God! So you blame this?
Answer the question.
The global
what did she do that caused that?
She's being soft on immigration, like
by doing what? What did she do that caused that? What policy did she change that caused that?
She didn't do any. She didn't have any policies, but she was very soft on immigration.
So she maintained the same policies Trump had. Is that what you just said?
Trump was very tough on immigration.
Wait. You just said that she did nothing. So she maintained the same policies that existed.
Wait, come again?
You said that she didn't pass any policy, so she maintained the same policies that existed? That
but
that
she's
were under
very
Trump?
soft on immigration.
Versus the jump gun. So you're saying Trump was soft under immigration?
Trump was very tough on immigration. The way
okay, so if Trump was wait.
That's
so
the reason why
if she didn't
illegal
pass any
crossing
law,
right now.
so if she didn't pass any law, then you're saying the border was going to just stay secure, because it was already secure from Trump, right?
I just don't like the fact that you can just
did Trump secure?
The fact...
Answer the did Trump secure the border?
Yes, he did.
Okay, if Harris didn't pass any policy, then what did she do to unsecure the border?
But she's been very soft on immigration. People
answer the question.
But
the border was already secure.
And have some catch and release.
Sir, the border was already secure. Catch and release is for asylum. That's a legal immigration process.
And people can exploit it on that, you know.
And that's why there was the bipartisan border bill that wanted to address the conditions in terms of asylum to reduce the likelihood of people coming here if they have an invalid asylum claim. But who undermined that bill? Donald Trump.
They just didn't care. They just wanted more.
What do you mean they didn't care? So then why did Donald Trump undermine that bill?
They didn't care.
Then why did Donald Trump undermine that bill?
I don't know. Political reasons. I don't know.
There we go. Exactly. He cared more about actually running on. He cared more about fear-mongering you into voting for him than he actually cared about addressing the conditions of the border. And by the way, you think that he was better to address the conditions of the border, even though she, actively speaking, had a plan, had a policy, was trying to get so done, and he's the one that tried to undermine it because he didn't want her to get a win, because he knew it would be a win. As well as Silver, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. First, he says it didn't have to directly impact him positively in a tangible way to defend something, defend removing the undocumented, but then admits after that it didn't impact him negatively either. What? He's a complete idiot. Well, thank you so much. Vicky, thank you so much for the $10. And Gabby, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you very much on Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you. Why won't you admit you're wrong?
I'm not wrong. Why would I be wrong?
Yeah, I already explained how you're wrong.
Am I wrong for advocating for people coming here through illegal, through like a legal channel? Is that wrong?
No, but that's also what the Democrats advocated for.
We wanted
to make the legal process go quicker.
That's what not you advocate for.
Well, of course,
you have a platform, you have a voice, so you're gonna influence a lot of people coming here illegally.
How am I influencing people to come here undocumented? That makes no sense.
You're saying like, oh yeah, come here and we're going to give you a passport, you know?
No, I never said we're going to do this. I said this is the policy I support. This isn't even a broad policy in the Democratic Party. I already acknowledged the Democratic Party's position is criminalize undocumented entry, focus on people who have come here and committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a proportionally higher extent, and then make the legal immigration process go quicker. That's the Democratic policy on immigration. What do you disagree with in terms of that policy?
And the excuse
answer the question. What do you disagree with in terms of that policy?
Disagree with what policy?
The ones I just mentioned. So I'll explain one more time. So they want to make the legal process go quicker. They want to criminalize undocumented entry and want to proportionally go after those to a greater extent who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. Okay, what about that policy do you disagree with?
I don't disagree with that. I think that's very good.
That's the Democratic policy.
That's not the reality.
So by the way, you agree with the Democratic policy. Thanks for the concession.
But that's not the reality though.
Wait, you said it's, but so then why are you arguing this? I mean, it's
But that's
irrelevant.
because if that were true, if that were the reality, then why there were like 5 million illegal crossings under their administration?
Dude, why do you keep repeating the same thing after I've already responded to this multiple times? It sounds
Because
like at
you
this point
responded
you're not
to,
actually
in a way-
asking a question that's meant to be answered. You're just trying to make a talking point that literally has no actual critical thought and analysis behind it.
Yes, and let me restate what you answered, okay? You said the reason why there are more than 5 million people crossing the border illegally is because of global economic instability and something. And my argument, you didn't let me finish because you were talking a lot. My argument is the administration back then didn't really want to, tackle this issue because you're telling me the strongest military in the whole world cannot stop that illegal crossing if they wanted to, despite the fact that there is global economic instability. If they really wanted to solve the problem, if they really wanted to stop people from coming into the country, you think they couldn't have done that if they really wanted to?
There was no basis for using or sending the military to enforce border
Yeah,
laws.
because that was not their
One, and
intention.
two, how would you do
Because
that?
they didn't care.
How would you do
But
that?
if they wanted to,
How would you
they
do that?
could
Would you
have.
need it? Would you maybe need a congressional law passed?
They didn't need a congressional law to send more border agents or military there. They
Why didn't Trump do
need
that under his first administration?
Yeah. So why did Trump do that? Trump did that
No, why didn't Trump do that under his first administration?
because the border situation was not as severe.
Wait, okay,
Maybe-
but the level of border encounters 2x under Trump's administration comparative to Obama.
Well, then that should be his fault then. But he could.
Wait, so then,
But
wait,
the
so then,
Bi-
so then
but-
why
but-
didn't he
but- but
militarize
Biden
the border?
Administration could have done that. And why?
So why didn't he
they?
militarize the border?
Yeah. Why didn't Biden?
I'm asking you the question. Why didn't Trump militarize the border under his first admin?
I don't know, but he did. The situation is a much better situation right now. So
So
I think
so
that's
I don't
good.
think militarizing the border is the way to address border encounters.
Oh,
And then
really?
also,
Haven't you
and then
seen the
also,
video of how
you haven't
people, like-
mentioned? By the way, I just want to clarify. You still have yet to mention a single negative impact that had on you because you don't know. Genuinely, this is a vacuous argument that you're making because it doesn't seem like you actually have any sort of policy that you support of Trump's that has actually positively impacted the country.
Yeah.
So I
why
want you
does
to
it
answer
have
this question.
have-
Name a single policy that Donald Trump has passed that has positively impacted you.
Why does it have to affect me personally for me to support it?
Okay,
Huh?
name a single policy that Donald Trump's passed that has benefited the middle class more than it's benefited the rich people
Let
of
me
this
tell
country.
you. Let me tell you. I support LGBT. Okay. And
Peter, I'm going to repeat the question because you didn't listen. Can you name a single policy that Trump has passed that benefit the average American more than it's benefit the rich?
like the big beautiful bill.
Mostly
No
went to the
tax on
rich.
tips.
Try again. That's in the big beautiful
No
bill. Most of the big beautiful bill went to the rich. Try again.
You asked me to name one, and I named one.
Sir, I asked you to name a policy that he passed that benefit the middle class and the average American more than benefit the rich. You know that the policy that you just mentioned mostly went to the rich. So I'm asking you, name a policy he passed that mostly benefits the average American rather than the rich.
No tax on tips.
That's in the big beautiful bill. I'm asking for an overall policy.
Can't do.
Exactly. There is no policy you could mention.
But I
Do you
like
see
the
what I
fact
mean?
that there is no illegal crossing right now.
Do you see what I mean? Quite literally, you can't mention any positive impact that has on the country.
The fact that there is no illegal crossing.
And by the
has
way,
a
you said you're
tremendous
pro
benefit
LGBTQ
on
plus. You voted for Donald Trump, who actively kicked trans people out of the military, wanted to restrict trans people's Second Amendment rights, right? What are you talking
And
about?
I don't
dude?
support that. Why would I support
But
that?
you support the administration that did that.
Because I think the overall, benefits of keeping the illegal crossing down is like outweighed.
What are those
kicking trans
benefits?
out of the military?
What are those benefits?
From keep people from getting killed.
Okay, so you think you're going to reduce the level of murder? What evidence do you have that Donald Trump's mass deportation policy has reduced the murder rate?
I don't know, but I don't like the fact that there are 5
You don't
million
know. You have
people
no
walking
evidence
on
of
the
that.
American streets, and we don't know nothing about them.
Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. This whole argument that you're making that it's going to reduce murder is obviously absurd.
Yeah, I can say the same thing about you. You don't even know anything about them. Where do you get these statistics from? They're
From the
undocumented. How do you know? You
bibliography
don't
in
even
my
know who they are.
the bibliography in my bio has literally
Yeah.
yeah, take a look at the
You know,
bibliography. Let me please finish without you cutting me off. The bibliography in my bio demonstrates that undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime. There's literally multiple pages of resources set up by my friend Matt, who's a librarian, who specializes in literally finding sources. So, like, that's
yeah. How do
literally
you
his
know if
job.
they're undocumented?
Because we have a study that's going to analyze the level of
Oh,
arrest
okay.
rate
If
of
Parker,
undocumented immigrants comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
if I was undocumented, if I went on the street, if I murdered someone, would you know if it was me?
We have to figure it out if it's a citizen or if it's an undocumented immigrant. There has to be an investigation. We have to find that out anyway. There are plenty
Jesus
of people
Christ,
who commit
you're
murder who
crazy.
are U.S. citizens that we don't find.
You're crazy.
How? Any actual
I don't
argument
know.
other than ad hom? That's called an ad hominem. You're using that to dismiss my credibility, but you're not actually providing an argument to dismiss my credibility. Because you can't. You know I've proven you wrong. You know that I have a better argument. You know
You
that
don't
I'm
have a
making
bar-
sense. You know that you
You
have
don't
no
have a
standing, no
better-
justification to support the adjudicated rapist, the convicted felon, right? The guy that's completely undermined the core fundamental of American values of this country, that's called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders if you're given one. Literally, he's undermined everything fundamental to this country, and you overlook that and you don't care. And yet
A
you
lot
say
of
you
the
care about
stuff
this
that
country?
a lot of the stuff that you said, I think, in my opinion, are like hearsays because I don't know them for a fact that he actually.
What did I say that was hearsay?
Because the 33
The 34 felonies, he was convicted of that in a criminal court beyond a reasonable doubt.
beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Really? Were
Yes.
you there?
I didn't need to be there to know that he was convicted of 34 felonies.
Are there any cases in history that are like unjustified, down by the court?
Of course, but there's no evidence to believe that that's applicable in this circumstance, and in most
Well, not yet.
in most circumstances, the criminal justice system is accurate, and we have no
Yeah,
good
not
reason
yet.
to
You
believe
don't
that
know
the
that for a
criminal justice
fact,
system was
right?
inaccurate
Beyond a
as it
shadow
relates
of a
to its.
doubt, you think he
That's
really
literally
did
the
that?
standard is beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh, okay. I don't know about that.
It
I don't
is.
know
Do you
if
wanna
it's
bet?
another political, hoax
I-
that they.
There's no political hoax. You're just assuming that because it's Donald Trump that's being indicted and being convicted.
I would say that about every politician, to be honest.
No, you wouldn't. If it's a
Yes, I
Democratic
would.
politician, you would not say that about them.
I
But by the
would.
way, you
I
have
would.
TDS. You have Trump devotion syndrome. There's nothing Trump could do that would get you to stop being devoted to him.
Maybe you're right because America was a
Exactly.
hellhole,
You're a cult member. What do
Yeah,
you mean maybe I'm right?
maybe.
You just like admitted to being a cult member. Like, dude, that's like nuts. Like, I can't even believe you just actively admitted that out loud.
Because
You,
I believe
that
he's the
you had
savior.
actively admitted that you have Trump devotion syndrome. That's crazy, man.
I believe he's the savior because America back then under Biden was a hellhole.
Okay, how is Trump a savior?
Because it was a hellhole. Didn't you see the video? Like people pouring into the border like it's Black Friday.
Okay, but you keep repeating the same thing about the border, but you've mentioned no positive impact that's had on the country for Donald Trump to engage in the policy that he's engaged in.
So you don't think people pouring into the border like it's Black Friday has no
Grace, thank you for the
negative
$5
impact
for
on
these guests are
society?
putting their last two remaining brain cells together to try to make an argument. They sound so stupid. That's assuming they have at least two brain cells in the first place. He's making the argument that Trump is his fucking savior right now, but can't provide a single actual justification for it. By the way, you admitted that there's nothing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him. Absolutely nothing.
There would
Okay,
be.
can you give me an example?
If you quit yapping about giving undocumented immigrants, passport, I would.
So if I stopped having that position, you would stop supporting Trump?
100%.
Do you realize how fucking ridiculous that is? So if I didn't exist, you wouldn't support Trump?
Nope.
You're such a dishonest interlocutor. It's crazy, bro. This is sophist maxing. I totally agree, Fruit Punch. Thank you so much for the $5. He just said if Parker didn't exist, he would not support Trump.
No, you're putting words in my mouth right now.
But that's what you just said.
You didn't
Wait,
exist.
if I didn't exist, would you still support Trump?
No, if you didn't say
No?
that giving undocumented illegal aliens passports, I would. Yeah.
You would stop supporting Trump.
Yes, if you stop saying that.
Okay.
But I would want you to
I
exist
don't believe that you
because I
actually support Trump. I think you're trolling me because no actual reasonable person would say that. It has nothing to do with what I say. So wait, by the way, You're saying before I said those things, right? You're saying you didn't support Trump.
Yeah, because you're crazy,
Okay, are you trolling?
I'm not. Why would I be trolling? Why would I waste
Because
my
like
time?
you literally just said that you're so angry and in your feelings that I think that undocumented immigrants should be given mass amnesty if they haven't committed a violent crime or a serious crime, that you said that you would vote for a rapist that is undermining our core fundamental American values.
I don't know for a fact that he's a rapist.
He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Probably a hoax.
What evidence do you have of that?
I don't have any evidence to support or to back it up. But
Okay, so I've just proven that you're probably a dumbass.
Still better than a leftist, crazy lunatic.
You're just mad that I've proven you wrong. You're just mad that I
I'm not
provide an
mad.
argument. You're just
I'm
mad
not
that I can
mad.
actually substantiate my position. And you're so in your feelings that instead of actually giving me an intellectual argument, you've decided to come on my live and say this. I'm going
I'm
to
not
kick you and go
mad.
on to the next person. You're a waste of my time. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Candace, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person, everybody. Dwayne, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Vicky, thank you for the $10. Thank you. As well as Grace, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. I'm fully caught up over on Venmo, PayPal. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, so as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I don't know. The people recently have been so crazy, chat. They've been so nuts. Like I don't understand why people are like this. By the way, everyone, tomorrow I should be live at 9 a.m. Pacific time, just letting everyone know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? 32. You're really quiet. Is there a way you can get closer to your microphone?
How's this?
A lot better. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would take Trump just simply because I align more with right wing.
Okay. I have one person to thank real quick, then we can move on to our conversation. Silver, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You know what? I totally agree with you there. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Silver. Alrighty. So what do you align more with the right on? You're covering your mic again. It's hard to hear you. I can't hear you at all. What you were doing prior worked, I can't hear you right now at all. Like, I heard you before, now I can't hear at all. Either you're covering your microphone or something. I don't know. You're really quiet, man. Nope, same. Okay, just send a guest request back, I guess. Alrighty. Give them a second, everyone. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Why do you
How's
align
this?
more with the right?
Better?
Sounds better.
All right. Well, I just want to give you a compliment first, if that's okay.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
So I occasionally have listened to Mermaid Ari and Polly Politics, and you definitely are more level-headed than especially Polly. So I don't know if you know who they are, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't really take those as like compliments. Like you're trying to compliment me by trying to take down a different creator or trying to be mean to a different creator. So I don't really accept that as a compliment. I can't hear you now, man. You just covered your mic again. Okay. He keeps having problems with his microphone. I'm just going to go on to the next person. Noah, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for you. Rock processing times are the longest they've ever been, and no money allocated to speed them up. Literally, they put like hundreds of billions of dollars over the next 5 years into ICE, but they're unwilling to put that into the legal immigration process to make it go quicker. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Do you support Trump? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. I've had a struggle on getting debates and coherent people on the stream today. Jeez, it's been brutal. You know, I had a few people I changed their mind. There were some coherent people. It just like their minds get changed really quickly. It seems comparative to the people who like obviously are just insane. You know, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go on to the next individual. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. For the people who are on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. I think we're getting close to 2,500 likes right now. Let's try to get to 3,000. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. It really helps push out to significantly more people. You'd be surprised how much it really does. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do you hate Twitch fetus?
Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
Do you support Trump?
30. I do.
Okay, if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I mean, there's many reasons. I think biggest reason is probably immigration.
Okay, what about it?
Well, so let's start off by saying, would you say under the Joe Biden and Kamala Harris administration, we had the Kamala, whatever you want to pronounce it?
Kamala. You can just say Harris if you can't pronounce it.
Well, okay. So, anyways, under the Biden administration, would you agree that we had a all-time record high of illegal immigration?
I think that there was more undocumented immigrants that came to the country. Sure.
Numbers. We're not going off of like opinions. Not thinking like, would you agree that based off of statistics, we had a record number high of illegal immigration?
Yeah. Sure.
So it's a yes or no. It's
yeah.
Okay. So with that being said, would you agree with illegal immigration increases crime rate?
I actually think it decreases the crime rate.
Okay. So can you tell me why you think that?
Yeah, because undocumented immigrants proportionally commit lower rates of crime compared to natural-born U.S. citizens by multiple times lower rates. So if they make up a greater proportion of the population, they're going to reduce the average crime rate because their community proportionally commits lower rates of crime.
Do you actually think that?
Yes, there's literally a bibliography in my bio that has like 7+ pages that indicates that to be true.
Let me explain to you why that's not true. So here's the problem. Whenever you have a illegal, undocumented immigrant in the United States, the problem with that is, how do you track their crime?
Like you track anyone else's crime.
No. That's not true. So a citizen in the United States is going to have DNA. They're going to have fingerprints. There's no way to track an undocumented. You said what?
No, not every single person in the United States is DNA fingerprints in the system. What are you talking about?
Okay, so that's definitely not true.
Really? Okay, so do you have any evidence that most people have DNA and fingerprints in the system?
I do.
Okay, what's your evidence?
So let me ask you a question. When you go to the doctor, you're born, what do they do?
Okay, can I just have evidence?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question.
I don't think they categorize your DNA to give to the government. I haven't seen any evidence of that. Wouldn't that violate HIPAA laws?
So hold on. No, absolutely not. So how do you think they collect fingerprints? It's entered into a database. It's called NCIC. That's how you would obtain it.
Okay, so can you give me a source that most people in the U.S., the government has their fingerprints and DNA?
Well, so this is how simple it is.
No,
so
I want a source.
Well, hold on, I'm telling you. Listen, I'm telling you that the government has access to your DNA.
So what is your source?
A search warrant.
So the government doesn't have a search warrant out for most Americans.
Listen, if you commit a crime, if you've ever been
if
to
you
the
commit
doctor,
a crime,
if
have
you've ever,
most Americans committed a crime that has led to them having to give up their
absolutely
DNA?
have.
So
Absolutely,
most
most
so
Americans
so
in the United
clarify.
States have committed a
Most
crime.
Americans have committed a crime that meant they had to give up their DNA and get fingerprinted. That's wrong. I would like for you to provide me a single source indicating that. So provide me a single source that most Americans are fingerprinted and have their DNA given up to the government.
Yeah. So have you ever been to the doctor?
Can you answer my damn question? What's your source?
Yeah, I am.
I don't want
I'm
another
asking
question.
you a question.
I don't want a question. I want your source.
Dude, my job is not to play, hey, are you gonna
Your job
give me
is
a
to
source or not? That's not
provide
what I'm
a
saying.
source for the claim
No,
that
it's
you
not.
made.
That's
Yes,
not
it
my
is.
job at all.
Yes, it is. You're on a live stream in
Why
front of
would that be
thousands
my
of
job?
people.
And so my question is,
You made a
have you
claim
ever
in
been
front
to
of
the doctor?
thousands of people. I'm asking you for evidence of that claim. It seems like you have no evidence for that claim.
Absolutely, I do have evidence.
So what's your evidence?
Hey, did you get a COVID swab?
Have I got a COVID swab before? Like you mean take a COVID
Yeah.
test?
Did you ever get tested for COVID? Yeah.
Yes.
Did you ever take a COVID test?
Yes.
Okay. There's your DNA.
That's not given
What
to
do you
the
think
government.
What do you?
Oh my God!
Absolutely, it is. Dude, listen. If you genuinely think that, you are the stupidest person I've ever met.
I took a private COVID test that I got from the store. How did the government get access to that?
Where do you think? Where do you think it's stored?
Answer the question. How did the government get in the trash? In the garbage.
Here, bro. Okay, so let me. Have you ever been to the doctor?
Have you taken a COVID test before?
Yeah.
Okay. You know that you can privately take them when you're at home, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's
Right.
how I took it.
But I'm talking about.
So how did the
Okay,
government get it?
So have you ever been to the
So
doctor?
sir, answer the question. How did the government get it?
Listen, have you ever been to the doctor?
Yes, and they didn't give my DNA to the government.
Absolutely, they have your DNA.
They did not give it to the government.
No, they didn't just strictly give it to the government.
So
but the
so
government
what?
has
So
access
you
to
said
your DNA.
Okay. So does the police department have access to the reports that the hospital has in terms of your DNA?
They could, yes, absolutely.
Wait, they could if you got a warrant. Not with everyone. Not
Absolutely.
with most people.
So
but
so
if you had a
it is
warrant,
available. Yes, it is available.
and it's not available for them to even get access to in most circumstances.
What are you talking about? Do you think HIPAA protects you from a search
Do you
warrant?
realize what you need to get a search warrant in order to be able to get someone's DNA?
Yes, it's called
there needs to
probable
be
cause.
there needs to be an indictment. Okay?
No,
You know
there
that, right?
doesn't. It's called probable cause.
Wait, yeah, you understand that you established that through the context of an indictment, right?
No, you don't. You establish that through reasonable suspicion,
So, okay,
not indictment.
Wait, so was it probable
Do you
cause
know
or
what
reasonable?
indictment means?
Is it probable cause or reasonable suspicion?
Well, so reasonable suspicion is what develops probable cause.
No, you understand that when we're talking about for a warrant, that's in the court process, right?
Bro, absolutely yes. You're talking to
you,
someone who's been
you
a
have
cop
a
for a very long
judge for a
time.
warrant, right?
Listen, do you know how easy it is to obtain a search warrant?
It's
Through
not
reasonable
super
suspicion.
easy. You need it through,
Dude, have you ever filed?
through
Just curious,
probable
have
cause.
you ever filed a
Do you
search
have?
warrant?
Okay, well, let me just clarify. So
Absolutely, you have not.
have I? No, I haven't filed a search warrant. That's
Okay,
irrelevant.
then
to
how
the
do you
point.
know how easy
Have
it
you?
is?
Have you?
I have. I've filed thousands.
Thousands. What do you do for work?
Thousands. I'm not going to dox myself.
I just asked what you do for work. That's not doxing yourself.
No. So I work in law enforcement.
You work in law enforcement. What do you do in law enforcement?
I do. I'm not going to tell you what I do, but I work in law enforcement.
What do you do in law enforcement?
I'm a law enforcement officer. I enforce laws.
Are you a cop?
Well, that's what somebody in law enforcement does. That's what they would be. They would be a police officer.
But not all law enforcement officers are cops. So can you just clarify? Are you a cop?
No. Well, you have deputies. Absolutely, yeah. I'm a law enforcement officer. As simple as that.
Okay. I don't know why you're being so pedantic. Why can't you just answer the question?
I just
Are you
told
a
you
mall
I'm
cop?
a law enforcement officer.
Are you a mall cop?
No, that's not. That would be a security officer.
Okay, so can you answer the Are you ICE?
No, I'm not ICE.
Okay. Do you work for the federal government or do you work for state government or local?
I work for both. I'm cross deputized.
There was three things there. Both doesn't make sense.
No. Yeah, I'm cross
I
deputized.
said federal, state, and local. That's not both. Both would include two.
Well, so I'm cross deputized. So what does it matter?
I'm just trying to see, because you're saying that you have specifically followed through on multiple warrants and filed multiple warrants.
Absolutely.
So I'm just clarifying to see if that's true.
It is true.
What type of
What
warrants?
is me telling you what?
Okay, well, I don't care.
Say that again.
Yeah,
I mean,
let me ask you. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots?
Well, give me like one particular case.
Yeah, he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots. For example, DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun to the neck of Officer Fanon.
I'm not familiar with the case.
Yeah, well, Donald Trump pardoned him after he was convicted of literally assaulting a police officer. Officer Fanon testified in front of the jury. This person was convicted. They pled guilty.
Well, so let me help you understand. I'm non-biased to the fact that there's officers that are corrupt. Like that's a real thing. So, however, not knowing the case or any details, I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You don't know on January 6th that cops were beat as a law enforcement officer? You don't know that?
No, I'm talking about any of the particular. Listen, I don't watch mainstream media.
You don't need to watch mainstream media to know that cops were beat on January 6th.
Okay, I mean, here's the thing. I don't know what the case entails, so I'm not going to speak on it. That's like me asking you.
I gave you what it entails. Donald Trump pardoned a person that assaulted a police officer. Wait, given that was true, would you still support Trump?
Yeah, I'm not going to just dislike somebody because of one thing that they've done. No.
But that's pardoning people who assaulted law enforcement officers.
Okay, what about the people that, like, for example, Renee Good? Do you think that officer should be convicted of murder?
Absolutely. Jonathan Ross murdered her.
Why?
Because the third shot is the one that killed her, which was taken multiple feet to the left.
First shot?
Can I please finish?
Yeah.
The third shot was taken multiple feet to the left-hand side of the vehicle when the car was clearly not going towards him. At any point in the video, I do not think it was going towards him. I think she was clearly turning away from him. I think that in the scenario, you can see from his cell phone footage that she was turning away from him. She had said to him before that she wasn't mad at him, and she was going 1 to 4 miles per hour. A GTA 5 NPC could have jumped out of the way to a greater extent. So you must know as a law enforcement officer, if you actually watched that video, that you likely would have been able to jump out of the way in that scenario. If you can't, you shouldn't be in the line of duty.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Tell me what establishes the use of force for deadly force.
Yes, it is an imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death in the scenario. Like a reasonable officer would think that.
No. So that's not the wording. So wording is very important, articulation, right? So it's any officer that would have the reason to believe that their life is there's imminent danger posed to their life, right? Or somebody else's.
That's what I just said, you absolute idiot.
Reason to believe.
I just said that, you absolute idiot.
No.
I said that a reasonable officer would believe that. I said that.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You're not an officer, so you can't judge that.
That's not an argument at all. For example, then you're arguing the jury can't judge that. Then you're arguing the judge can't judge that because they're not officers themselves. That's a stupid fucking argument. Why as a law enforcement officer would you make such an absolutely stupid argument?
Well, so
you think no one other than a law enforcement officer could determine whether or not an LEO used self-defense? Are you fucking serious? The court system is set up to do that. How do you not know that as an LEO?
Hey, so let me ask you a question.
No, Jimmy, answer that question. How do you not know that as an LEO?
How do I not know what?
How do you not know that a jury and a judge can make a determination on whether or not an officer used self-defense or used lethal force in a justified sense, right? Even though they're not law enforcement officers.
Okay.
How did you not know that as a law enforcement officer yourself?
Right, but so was he charged?
Can you answer my question, sir?
Was he charged? Yeah.
Can you answer my question? Can I get an answer to my question? Did you hear anything I said?
Yeah, absolutely. So you do understand that an expert witness testified on that, right?
What was my question?
Right.
What was my question?
I'm answering it.
No, you're not.
So did a
you're
jury
you're not complying with basic questions, it seems.
Did a jury find him guilty?
Can you answer basic questions? Is that the question I asked you, sir?
I'm asking you a question.
Sir, is that the question I asked you?
But I asked you, how would you be able to judge it if you're not a reasonable officer? What would you do?
99 pivot, 0 research.
That don't even make sense, but whatever.
99 overall pivot ability. 0 overall.
Hey,
On
so
what?
how many? Just out of curiosity.
Research.
What? Hey, just out of curiosity, what does training look like for a firearms qualification?
I don't know why you're asking me an irrelevant question instead of answering my
No, it's
question.
very irrelevant to
Sir,
that case.
sir,
It's very relevant.
why are you not answering my question? Did you not hear it?
Oh, I heard it.
So then why the fuck are you pivoting?
What do you mean? Why am I pivoting?
Yeah, if you
I
choose to
answered the
pivot
question.
one more time, I'm going to kick you from the stream. Can you listen to an order? Can you comply with an order?
Hold on, bro.
Let's see.
comply.
Let's see if
What
you
are
can
talking
comply with an order. Can you comply?
about? Bro, you've already asked the question. I've answered it.
No, you haven't. What was the question?
Ask it again.
What was the question?
Ask again.
What was the
Ask
question?
the question.
What was the question?
Hey, ask the question. I
What
don't
was
know.
the
Ask
question?
it.
Answer.
I don't know. Ask it.
So you didn't pay attention. My point. Case in point.
Ask me the question.
Case in point. So he can't comply with basic orders.
Ask me the question.
Case in patriot
Who in
argument.
charge?
Why as a law enforcement officer would you make such an absolutely stupid argument?
Well, so
You
why
think
was
no
that
one
in
other
charge?
than a law enforcement officer could determine whether or not an LEO used self-defense? Are you fucking serious? The court
hold on.
system is
So,
set
check
up
it
to do that. How do you not know that as an LEO?
Sorry, you're too incompetent to just ask it. Just curious.
Am I going to get a response? Are you too incompetent to respond?
No, I responded.
What's the response?
I already told you.
That was?
I told you that he wasn't found guilty, was he?
Okay, that's not a response to what I just said. What did I just say?
Right. Yeah. Okay. So right. So an expert witness goes upon. They give
Hey,
expert,
bud,
expert witness in the testimony.
comply with the order I just gave you. What did I just say?
I just answered it.
No, what did I just say?
You didn't say anything.
I didn't say anything.
played a
Do you want to
recording.
bet? Do you want to bet? How much do you
Play
want to
the
bet?
recording.
You said I didn't say
Play the
anything. How much do you want to
recording.
bet?
No. Hey, Parker, play the recording. Go ahead.
So you didn't listen.
No, I didn't. Go ahead and play it.
Okay, I got you. I'll just reset it. So you're essentially you were arguing, or I was saying, how do you not know as a law enforcement officer that other people other than law enforcement officers can determine whether or not an LEO had a justified means of use of self defense or use of lethal force in the scenario, right? Because the jury process, the court process is set up to adjudicate those things. So how as an LEO would you not know that?
Who said I said? I never said that.
You did.
I never said. All I said was.
Do you want to bet?
You are not. No, I never said. I never.
You said you never said that. Do you want to bet?
I never said what. Clarify before you play your recording.
What did I just say? You're not listening to me, and you're just having me
I am.
repeat it over and over again.
What did I say? Tell me what I said.
You said something that was irrelevant. Okay? You said essentially.
No, I said how can you testify? I didn't say that. That's
You're
not part of the
asking. You're
process.
asking me in the court system. Does this? You're not answering the question. Listen.
No, I responded.
What's the response?
Listen, I know what I told you.
That was?
I told you that he wasn't found guilty, was he?
Okay, that's not a response to what I just said. What did I just say?
Right. Yeah. Okay. So right. So an expert witness goes upon. They give
Hey,
expert,
bud,
expert witness in the testimony.
comply with the order I just gave you. What did I just say?
I just answered it.
No, what did I just say?
You didn't say anything.
I didn't say anything.
Played a
Do you want to
recording.
bet? Do you want to bet? How much do you
Play
want
the
to bet?
recording.
You said I didn't say
Play the
anything. How much do you want to
recording.
bet?
No. Hey, Parker, play the recording. Go ahead.
So you didn't listen.
No, I didn't. Go ahead and play it.
Okay, I got you. I'll just reset it. So you're essentially you were arguing, or I was saying, how do you not know as a law enforcement officer that other people other than law enforcement officers can determine whether or not an LEO had a justified means of use of self defense or use of lethal force in the scenario, right? Because the jury process, the court process is set up to adjudicate those things. So how as an LEO would you not know that?
Who said I said? I never said that.
You did.
I never said. All I said was.
You want to bet?
You are not. No, I never said. I never.
Do you want to bet on that?
Yeah. So I still never said that. That all I asked you was that you're not an officer, so how can you testify that?
No, you said
I didn't say
you said
I didn't
people.
say that it can't be. I said you. I said
Wait,
you.
you
Go back
said
on.
you are not an officer. You cannot attest for that. So you're making the argument that those that are not
I said you
LEOs
were not
do
in.
not have the capacity to adjudicate that. That's quite literally what I just said.
Yeah, so I said you can't.
No,
I
you
didn't
said
say other people can't.
yeah. You said
I
because
said
I'm not an
you.
LEO.
Yeah, you're not.
Okay, so then a
So how can you?
judge and
So
a
what
jury
experience
because
do
they're
you?
not. Wait,
Hold on.
listen. A judge and a jury because they're not law enforcement officers. Can they make determinations on whether or not a officer reasonably used lethal force in a scenario?
Yeah, they can.
They
What do you think
can,
the
but they're
jury
not law
is?
enforcement officers.
It's. I said you.
Oh, wait, so
I'm talking
but
to you.
could I
This
be
is
a
a you
member?
and I conversation.
Could I be a member on a jury?
You could, but are you?
Okay, so given I was a member on the jury, right? Given I could be a member on the jury, how could I not make a determination on that?
Well, I'm talking about right now.
Why can't I make a determination on that?
I'm just asking you.
Why can I not make a determination on that, sir?
Well, are you asking me, or you want me to give you the reason, or what?
If you don't want to answer my question, I'm just gonna kick you. Like why are you acting like this? Like you are like one of the most
No,
insufferable people I've ever talked to in my life. Like
Really?
I talk to people every single day for hours every day, and you are genuinely insufferable to talk to. Like you're being extra
Interesting.
difficult for no reason.
No, I'm not.
You are
Wording is
purposefully
important,
doing
right?
that.
Okay, so let's just move on because it's honestly not.
No,
that
we're not
important.
going to move on. We're going to get you to address that. You're not going to just continue to
Yes.
pivot and to not address what I'm saying.
So if you were the jury, then yes, you could.
Okay, and that they're not law enforcement officers, right? So why are
Well,
you
they
saying
might
that I
be.
can't? So why are you saying that I can't make a judgment on whether or not there was a justification for lethal force use in the scenario just because I'm not an LEO when you've acknowledged that I could be a member on a jury and could make said determination? So what about what I've said, right, is wrong? You can't tell me.
Well, first of all, it is wrong because you don't have any experience whatsoever to be able to articulate what you're saying is right.
That was not relevant. A jury doesn't need that to determine whether or not there was a rightful justification use of lethal force. So can you just engage? Okay, so tell me, if you have this experience, then tell me, what is the justification for the use of lethal force in this scenario? What was the serious risk of imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death in the scenario?
Okay, so let's just say for theory, we're going to play devil's advocate here. If you're standing in front of a vehicle, regardless if you're under whatever policy you guys have came up with in your own brains that you're not allowed to walk in front of a vehicle because that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. How do you get in front of? How do
You're
you
not
get
an
to the
LEO.
other side of the vehicle?
You're not.
I'm not.
No, you're
I
not.
absolutely am. I absolutely am.
No, you're not.
Okay, ask me.
100% not.
Ask me. Okay,
Because officer-induced jeopardy is something that exists, and the fact that
Yeah,
you didn't know
absolutely
that
it is.
again proves
Hold on.
that you're not
No.
LEO.
If you put yourself in a place, she wasn't moving forward whenever she was driving. When he was standing there, was she moving forward?
Before she was moving forward, he literally planted his feet and started reaching for his gun. So you don't even know what officer-induced jeopardy is. Apparently,
Okay.
you are literally like either you're the least informed LEO, which means you're probably an ICE agent, or you literally or you're lying.
Right. So let me ask you a question. If a vehicle moves forward towards you in a forward motion, regardless of which ways the wheels are turning, would you say that's reason to believe?
Wait. You can't say regardless of where the wheels are going towards when you're
It's
saying it's
moving
going
forward.
towards you. It's not going
moving
towards
forward.
him.
Bro,
It's
how
not-
far was he away from the vehicle?
He was probably, I'd say,
5 feet.
no,
5 to
I'd
10
probably
feet
go
max.
I'd probably go 15 feet, 8 to 15 feet, around that.
Bro, okay, so hold on. So if you want to pull it up, I can prove where you're wrong if you'd like, or I can just turn my camera on and show you.
Go ahead, turn your
through
camera on and show me.
contextual. So here's the thing. I'm going to explain to you first of all how for a normal road, what is the distance between your fog line to fog line?
I'm not sure.
Okay, it's 20 feet. It's 10 feet in increments. Okay. So therefore, if you said you've watched that video over and over, correct?
Mm-hmm.
We both know that was a 2-lane roadway, correct? One way, correct?
Okay.
It was a one-way travel, right? Where was her vehicle at the time that she started backing up?
Where was her vehicle when she started
Yeah,
backing
where
up?
was her
It was
vehicle?
on the
Listen, I
right-hand
studied this
side.
video, so
The
it
right-hand
was on
side
the right.
of the road.
Correct. It was in the outer lane, the right lane, correct?
Okay.
Okay. So he was standing he was standing on the right of the divided line. Those
Okay,
are 10
meaning
feet.
that it was like,
Hold on.
yeah,
Those are 10 feet in increments.
Yeah, that aligns with what I said.
Right. So there's no way it was 15 or 20 feet.
What? That does align with that. What are you
No,
talking about?
it doesn't.
So, wait,
Okay, hold on.
how wide is the road? If it's one car on one side, there's 2 lanes. How
Two
wide
lanes.
is the road?
It would be from fog line to fog line for a standard roadway. It would be 20 feet across. 10
Okay,
feet.
so then if his feet are near
On
the
the right side
left hand
hold
side
on.
of the road.
No,
and,
he was on the right side. He was on the right side of the divider. Yes, he was. Look it up.
Okay, I'll show you.
I know exactly where he was standing. Let's watch the video.
I got you.
Cool.
She is on the far right hand side, a bit off of it,
The fog
and
line.
he is. Let me see. He is a bit near the middle of the street, so he's at least what?
I just said that. There's
10
listen,
feet away
it's-
at least.
No, 10 feet would be from the
Because she
dividing line
was-
to the fog line.
No, wait, hold up. So
It's not possible. It was.
I think it's a totally. What? I literally am seeing this right now. Regardless, the point. How much time do you think he had to get out of the way?
I don't know. Obviously, she struck
Looking
him.
at the video, he had multiple seconds to get out of the way. She was going
Okay,
1 to
so-
4 miles
she
per
went in
hour.
reverse. She went in reverse at first, right?
Yeah, and he planted his feet before she even started going forward, and she was going to 1 to 4 miles an hour at maximum.
Okay, so would a
So can
reasonable
you-
person believe that she's going to go backwards or forward if she's
a reasonable
she's
person
reverse?
in the scenario of the officer would be able to jump out of the way because he actually,
Why
based
would-
on the cell
how
phone
does he-
footage,
how is he
based
supposed
on the
to know
cell
which way
phone
she's
footage, you
going?
saw her turning right.
But do you think that he's actually looking at her wheels? Like, let's be
Wait.
realistic.
Yeah, you could see it. You could literally see it. You
Do you
could see her
think
hands.
Hold on. He's standing in front of the vehicle. You've already made that. Like,
I'm sorry, if you can't identify that as an LEO, I'm sorry, you should not be in
Bro, let me tell
duty
you first and
LEO.
foremost. Do you think any person's going to look at the which way the wheels are turned? The
Wait,
vehicle
no.
is
I'm
moving
not saying the
forward.
wheels. I'm saying the wheel that she was using her hands on, like the driving wheel that she's using.
Okay, so let's use your analogy. Let's say that's correct.
Wait. Can you acknowledge that he can see her hands where they're going towards and where she is moving the car steering wheel? Sorry.
Yeah. Do you know what exclusion is? What happens when you become like audible
Oh my god.
and
Can
physical
you answer
exclusion?
my questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why do I
can.
talk
Of
to the most
course.
insufferable,
Of
stupid
course
people
you
on the
can.
planet?
You can
Like,
see
dude,
that. You can see
was
her
she
hands.
turning the fucking steering wheel?
Maybe yeah. She was in the process.
Yes
before
or
she-
no?
hold on,
Yes?
No. Hold on. Listen. Before
Was
she ever
was it clear that she was turning the steering wheel?
No, when she put it in
No.
drive
Yes,
and
it
moved
was.
forward- hold
Wait.
on.
Do you want to
When
bet? Do you want to
she
bet?
moved-
Do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet?
Absolutely.
It was
Slow
clear
down,
that
please.
she was
Hold
turning
on.
the steering wheel. How much do you want to bet?
Hey Parker, listen. If you're right, I'll apologize. But if you're wrong, you're going to apologize.
How much
to
do you
me.
want to bet?
I bet you that you're going to apologize to me.
No. I want you to bet money.
What
I
are we,
want to take your
gambling?
money.
Well, that's what you do for a living. You take
Of
people's
course.
money.
Oh, how do I take? I don't.
Of course, exactly.
Because I win. Because I win bets against them. Is that what it is?
You said it with your own admission. You said it. Of course.
No, people send me their money because they like my content.
Bro,
Why are you
literally
so
beg
mad?
For money on there. I'm not mad. I'm happy for you, dude. I'm all about.
I don't beg
begging
for money. People send me money because they like it.
Bro, how many times in your
content.
stream do you tell people that you can check your link tree? Let's be honest.
Dude, that's not me begging for money. That's me telling people where they can find the support for me. Because you know that there are people who act like they're me on those platforms. So if people try to support me, they'll go and accidentally send money to the wrong person. So I'm just telling people where they can find the Venmo and PayPal. I'm
Right.
never saying you have to give me money.
Well, of course you're not saying you have to.
So that's not begging for money. What are you talking about? What does it mean to beg for money?
So let me ask you a question. If somebody stands outside with a sign that says donations accepted, is that begging for money?
I think that if you're providing like for example, if you're providing a service, like for example, you are like doing some particular
This is
job,
not a service.
and then you also if you're doing some particular job, and then you also have
What
a
service
donation
are you
link.
providing me?
What I'm debating people, and that's content. There's
That's not a
dude,
service.
Dude, there's 8,200 people listening. That is a service. I'm
There's
providing
nothing tangible here.
This is
A service
entertainment. This is a
tangible.
stream.
This is not
It's
tangible.
educational. What do you mean it's not a service? Can you define to
It's
me
not
what a service
tangible,
is?
though. A service is something that's provided with tangible means.
This is tangible. It's educational. You can.
What am I receiving from
entertaining.
you?
Wait, someone is watching the stream. Their attention is being maintained because they're watching the stream. They could scroll if they want. They're getting
Okay, well,
information.
so
They're getting
somebody-
entertainment.
Somebody standing outside with a sign, that's entertainment.
Yeah, but if someone decides to stay, right, that would be an example of them catching someone's attention, right? And they're doing a service. So if someone's like literally like playing music, they're not begging for money. They're playing music, and people can donate to them if they like. What are you talking about?
All right. So do you think somebody should be unalive for their service?
What?
Again, do you think somebody should be unalive for their service?
Are you trying to bring up Charlie Kirk somehow?
Well, that's weird. You just coincidentally came to that conclusion.
Yeah, because it's like what sounds like you're trying to talk about. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm asking. No, I'm not. But do you think that?
So I think you should die. It depends on what service you're referencing, I guess.
Okay. All right, carry on.
Like if someone commits a terrorist action.
Well, that's not a service.
It could be a service for like a person who's evil or paying them to do that. Like if someone could.
You said a terrorist.
Yeah, if someone's a hitman,
Okay.
they're getting paid to do that. They do something that's wrong. They murder someone.
Okay. Anyways. Okay, it's irrelevant. But anyways, I was just curious.
I don't know.
All right,
do you not want to engage with anything I'm saying? Like,
No. Let's go back to.
Why did you randomly just bring that up?
I was just curious because we were talking about money and services. But
Okay,
anyways,
so if Trump called for the execution of some Democrats unjustly, would you say that you'd still support him?
I'm not saying I wouldn't. No, I'm not saying I would support that action. Obviously not.
So would you still support him as president if he had called for the execution of some Democrats unjustly?
No, I would not.
You not? So I can show you actually like a True Social post of his where he said that Democrats who just said that if you're given an unlawful order, don't follow it, right? And he literally called for the execution. He said that they were engaging in seditious behavior punishable by death, and then reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington would.
Okay, because George Washington probably would.
Okay, so if I posted a tweet saying that Charlie Kirk engaged in seditious behavior because he undermined the results of the 2020 election and said that the election was rigged with no evidence, and then I said that I reposted someone saying
That's a freedom of speech.
If I reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington would, right, in reference to Charlie Kirk, would you be okay with that? Would you say there's anything wrong with my posts?
I didn't say I would support that.
Would you say there's anything wrong with my posts?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't.
Wait. So if there's something wrong with what I did there, you know that the only thing I did was change it from being Trump that did it to me that did it and who it happened to. If it happens to a Republican, it's wrong under your view. If it happens to a Democrat, you just overlook it. You're still willing to support him.
Bro, are you kidding me right now?
Yeah. I just gave you evidence that he literally called for the execution and you just justified it.
No, I didn't. Where did I justify it?
You just did.
What did I say?
You want me to play it back for you? Watch.
Tell me what I said.
Watch yourself justify it in real time. Watch this. He undermined the results of the 2020 election and said that the election was rigged with no evidence. And then I said that I reposted someone saying
That's a freedom of speech.
If I reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington would, right, in reference to Charlie Kirk, would you be okay with that? Would you say there's anything wrong with my posts?
I didn't.
Or here, let me go to where you said it about they murder someone.
Okay. Anyways. Okay, it's irrelevant. But anyways, I was just curious.
I don't know.
All right,
do you not want to engage with anything I'm saying? Like,
No. Let's go back to.
Why did you randomly just bring that up?
I was just curious because we were talking about money and services.
Okay, so if Trump called for the execution of some Democrats unjustly, would you say that you'd still support him?
I'm not saying I wouldn't. No, I'm not saying I would support that action. Obviously not.
So would you still support him as president if he had called for the execution of some Democrats unjustly?
No, I would not.
You not? So I can show you actually like a True Social post of his where he said that Democrats who just said that if you're given an unlawful order, don't follow it, right? And he literally called for the execution. He said that they were engaging in seditious behavior punishable by death, and then reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington would.
Okay, because George Washington probably would.
Okay, so if I posted
I stated what George Washington would do,
saying that Charlie Kirk engaged in seditious. Was that not said in a statement to like try to justify him saying that?
No.
Okay, so let me clarify. So let me clarify. Would you stop supporting Trump if he called for the execution of some Democrats unjustly?
Who was executed?
No, I said if he called for the execution.
Okay, but did he call for anybody to be executed?
Yes.
Show me.
He reposted it saying HAMG them George Washington Wood.
Who? Who's them?
Yeah, he's referencing Democratic veterans in Congress that said, don't follow unspecified unlawful orders.
Okay, was that... Do you have anything that would say, yeah, it substantiates it, or is it like a figure of speech? Because we all know
like,
how
do you want me to show you... Wait, what do you mean? I can show you him calling for it explicitly. Why don't you acknowledge that? Okay. If I can show you this, will you stop supporting him?
If I can explain to you why Kamala and the Biden administration was the worst administration in the history of time, would you stop supporting them?
I would say that Trump is disqualifying, so I would stop supporting... if you could prove to me that the Democrats were the worst ever, I would stop supporting the Democrats, but I would start supporting Trump.
Listen, just out of curiosity, who is in your guys' party to run that's worth the
Can you like address my point? Can you
yeah.
Dude, would you stop supporting Trump if I show you this?
Show me what?
That Donald Trump called for the execution of some Democrats unjustly.
I want to see where he said, I want these people executed.
I understand.
Show me.
If I can show you this, would you stop supporting him?
Show me it.
Sir, can you answer this question? If I can show you this, will you stop supporting him?
Sure, show me it.
No, yes or no. I don't want a sure. I want a yes or a no.
Oh, so we can't pull a you on you.
Answer the question, sir.
Oh, so just only you can pull a you on you.
I said yes right after, so answer the question.
Oh, okay. Sure, yeah.
Yes?
Sure, yeah. Let's see it.
Do you just want me to kick you? Like, why are you acting like a child?
Parker,
I'm asking for... Dude, I'm asking you for a yes or no response, and you won't respond. Why are you acting like this, dude? I said,
yeah, sure.
Why do these people do this, dude? Like, dude, you guys are so fucking annoying, dude. Genuinely. The most insufferable people on the planet.
Do I need to, like, make you float your boat or something by saying yes?
Dude, shut the fuck up, man. You just can't answer a damn fucking single question, dude.
I answered it, dude.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Be quiet now. I don't want to hear you. Be quiet.
Bro, fix your unibrow, first of all, before you start talking to me crazy.
I don't have a unibrow. Do you see there's a difference? There's literally an area in between. I'm sorry you can't tell the difference. Jesus Christ, dude.
Show me.
Do you see? Democratic veterans urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders. Oh, sorry. Let me make it so you can see the whole thing. Do you see?
I see it.
Okay. And then watch this. And then Donald Trump posts this in response. This is really bad and dangerous to our country. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. Seditious behavior from traitors, lock them up. President DJT.
It is.
Then he responded with seditious behavior punishable by death. And then with a final post, that he reposted, that reads, "Hang them, George Washington Wood."
So he's stating what George Washington would do.
No. It says hang them, and then it says George Washington would do that as well.
Okay, hang them what?
Hang them.
Okay, hang them what?
You know what that means.
Well, bro, no. It's not what I know. It's what you think.
Are you serious?
You know.
That's obviously calling for the execution. You know, hang means execute them.
No, it doesn't. Articulate what it means.
Okay, you don't deserve to be.
You're gonna provide me a source.
Hey, dude, are you really serious right now? That's
literally what you
that's
guys
how
say.
low you're going to go to defend this guy. You seriously just said him saying hang them is not calling for their execution. So if I said that about Charlie Kirk, you'd be okay with that?
What?
If if I said quote unquote hang him, George Washington Wood, you'd be okay with that?
Well, if he was doing something that would substantiate that they needed to be hung, yeah.
Well, the Democrats in this video didn't do that. They didn't do anything that would substantiate that. And two, I actually have a better argument for saying Charlie Kirk did comparative to any of these Democrats.
Really?
Yes. Because he denied the results of the 2020 election and sent to his millions of followers that the election was rigged with absolutely no evidence. Even when the court cases indicated that he was wrong.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so you have nothing to respond. You'd be totally okay with me calling for Charlie Kirk to be HANG'd?
Well, if he did something that deserved
Wow,
that
that's just
punishment,
that's ridiculous. No, based upon what he already did. If I just claim that about his
What did he do?
behavior. I just told you. Why are you acting like
No,
this?
okay. So what did I don't know what the Democrat.
Okay, I'm actually done talking to you. I'm just gonna say this before you leave. I'm gonna have you listen to it.
No, you're not. I'm gonna hang up. Fuck you.
Okay, go for it. I don't care. You can listen to me now. You are an incredibly insufferable person. You were not trying to have a productive conversation with me. I was way too nice for you. Okay? I don't know why people like that come up on my live stream and they take advantage of my niceness. Like, I'm way too nice to people like that. Those are the dumbest fucking people on the planet. They can't reasonably think, and they literally try to bullshit you and play dumb to try to not address the very clear points against him. He justified literally the most atrocious fucking things possible. He literally said HANG them George Washington Wood isn't in reference to calling for the deaths of them. Like, that's how far he was willing to go to deny reality to try to defend Trump. Literally throw away blatant reality, proving him wrong just because he doesn't make his feelings feel good. Like, that's so ridiculous to me. That is so absurd. I'm going to say thank you to a few people and then get off for tonight, everyone. Noah, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you very much. Scott, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. As well as Kyle, thank you for the $5. Laura, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you. I don't know. Today's, like, honestly kind of sucked. I feel like everyone was insane today. Like, I couldn't get a single fucking break with a single person. Like, not... Actually, I could. There was a few people that were nice and changed their mind. But, dude, I just had so many fucking insufferable people, dude. Like, it just gets to a point where it's like, my brain, like, literally fucking hurts, dude. It, like, actually hurts. Like, I don't understand how people can act like that. I really don't get it. Thank you so much for that, Candace. I appreciate the money gun. Thank you, thank you. All right, I'm gonna get off, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I'll be on tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time if you want to come watch the stream. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate that if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. Get to 3,000 likes. I think we're currently at, like, 2,700 likes. But yeah, appreciate everyone. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow.